Hello, world. Have good day, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are in the world. To all those watching, wherever you are, good day to you. This is, after all, an international event. My name is Alphonse Vita, coming to you live from the City of Excellence, San Juan City, Metro Manila, Philippines. The National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea welcomes you to the 8th Virtual International Conference on the South China and West Philippine Sea with the theme The Philippines' New Presumptive Administration and its Implications on Peace, Economy, Stability, Security in the West Philippine Sea and the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by over 200 participants with another 200 waiting in our Zoom registration. And may I just mention, we are also live on Facebook. And if you want to invite your family and friends, please allow them to watch us on Facebook. We can also invite you to tweet and to talk about the ongoing program by using the hashtag 8th International NYMWPS. Again, that's 8th International NYMWPS. Joining me today is our very hardworking and beloved global chair and founder. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm round of applause for Dr. Celia Lamkin. Good morning po, Doctora. How are you doing?
Good morning. Good morning, Sir Fons. Good morning, everyone. I'm fine. So thank you so much for being my co-host for today's conference. Thank you.
The pleasure is mine po, Doctora. Thank you very much for the openings. Now, before we proceed to the main segment of this event, I would like to read our NYMWPS disclaimer. Any views, opinions, comments, or presentation of facts of the guest speaker, panelists, guests, attendees, and netizens are personal and they do not necessarily reflect the stand and the opinions of the National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea, nor the organizations they are affiliated with. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to set the proper mood and to put us in the proper disposition, I would like to call on Reverend Monsignor Jerry Bitoon, the rector of the Cathedral Parish of St. Paul the Hermit, live from San Pablo City, Laguna, Philippines, to be followed by Reverend Pastor Raimundo Mendoza, pastor of the World of Hope Christian Church, Bolinao, Pangasinan, and our Muslim brother, Engineer Mo Kanoy Abbas, our Mindanao chapter regional chairperson, in live from Lanao del Sur. Gentlemen,
Good morning. Greetings from San Pablo. Before we start, may I kindly invite everyone to be aware of God's presence. Heavenly Father, as we come before you in humility, recognizing your might, power, and love, our hearts are still in anguish. While the people have spoken, the clouds of doubt as to whether your voice of truth has been heard make it extremely difficult for well-meaning citizenry to accept morally the results of the recently concluded election in the Philippines. Reports of massive disinformation campaign through well-organized and generously financed troll farms and other forms of fraud and vote buying somehow eroded the integrity of this year's critical democratic exercises to elect our nation's leadership. It is in this climate that the new government is set to rule our lands in the coming 6 years. And this is against the backdrop of the already given challenges brought about by the confluence of crisis, pandemic, economic, natural calamities, climate change, political, and moral. Whether or not the elections, Heavenly Father, have brought to power the people we wanted, as a believing people, you want us always to trust you and never lose hope, to draw courage and strength in your fatherly love. We pray for the new leadership in the Philippines. As you have declared, Lord, through the prophet Jeremiah in the Old Testament, you assure us that you have a plan for us, plans to give us hope and a future. Lord, bless and guide with your Holy Spirit this 8th International Conference on the West Philippine Sea, that it may serve to give us greater appreciation and understanding of the truth about the territorial and sovereign integrity of our beloved country in the South China Sea, making it a zone of peace, security, and prosperity. And all this we ask in the name of Jesus, your only begotten Son. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Let us call now Reverend Pastor Ray Mendoza. Thank you so much, Reverend Jerry Bitoron.
Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone.
Good day.
Let's bow down and
Morning.
And let us pray. Almighty Father, our only God from everlasting to everlasting, giver of life, Savior and Redeemer, we thank you for virtually gathering us today. Lord, here are your children, groping for the national youth movement for West Philippine Sea, ardently aspiring for peace and security, economic stability and prosperity for the Philippines and the whole world. We lift your people before you, O God, that you bless us with wisdom, strength, and good health as we gather on this occasion of this webinar on the Philippines' new presumptive administration, its implications on peace, economy, stability, and security in the West Philippine Sea and the world. Look after your people, Father, as we implore for your favor and bestow upon all of us, from the organizers, our speakers, all panelists and participants, successes and the sufficiency of your presence. All this, Father, we lift before you in prayer as we give you back all the glory, the praises and honor in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much, Reverend Pastor Ray Mendoza. Let me call
You're most
now
welcome.
Engineer Mo Abbas of Lanao del Norte, Mindanao. Engineer Mo.
Datu. He's a Datu.
Datu. I think Sir Fons, I don't see him here, so we can go ahead, Sir Fons.
Thank you po, Doctora. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, amen, and thank you for putting us into the proper disposition for today's event and for setting the mood. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, we request everyone to stand and give due praise to the Philippine National Anthem, to be led by Mr. Pepe Lozano, the National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea New York Chapter State Chairperson, and his brothers, JC and JJ Lozano, members of our movement from New York. Ladies and gentlemen, the Band of Brothers.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyang ka ng magiting, sa malulupi, di ka pasisiin, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong buhay. Ang tulad, awit sa paglayang minamahal, at ng matawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw ay kailan pa may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhati pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mag-aapi, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Thank you very much to the Band of Brothers and to the brave military men who, gave us such a beautiful rendition of our Philippine national anthem. Reminder, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to talk about this event, please use the hashtag 8th International NYMWPS. We are now joined by 245 participants in our Zoom, and we expect a lot more. Invite your family and friends to come on and join us through Facebook Live. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to give her welcoming remarks, let me introduce our founder and our global chairperson, who will also introduce our guest of honor. Ladies and gentlemen, my co-host for today's event, Dr. Celia Lamkin.
Thank you so much, Sir Fons. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to the 8th Virtual International Conference on South China West Philippine Sea with the theme, The Philippines, New Presumptive Administration, its implications on peace, economy, stability, and security in the West Philippine Sea and the world. In 2012, in order to educate the Filipino youth in the Philippines and overseas on the issues confronting our nation in the West Philippine Sea, I initiated and launched the essay contest on the West Philippine Sea with a theme. Um, uh, of course, the West Philippine Sea and its impact in the future of the Philippines. That was 10 years ago. Because of the great interest and huge success of this contest among youth, and of course, in the Philippines and overseas, on September 28, 2015, I decided to found the National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea with the mission of the preservation of the Philippine sovereignty and territorial integrity, and with the goals of educating our youth and creating public awareness on the issues in the West Philippine Sea, to instill patriotism among the youth and rekindle their national spirit, and to protect the welfare and rights of the sectors in the West Philippine Sea, such as our Scarborough Shoal fishermen in Masinloc, Zambales, and the neighboring towns in Zambales, and also the province of Bataan and Pangasinan, and the residents of the Pag-asa Island in Kalayaan Island Group, in Palawan in the West Philippine Sea, and our brave military men in BRP, Shermandre Ayungin Shoal, or the second Thomas Shoal, and of course, the rest of the military of men in the whole Kalayaan Islands in the West Philippine Sea. Though this movement has started in the Philippines, it has grown into a global movement, which includes youth and adults from various cultures and ethnicities who share a vision of peace, equity, stability for the use and development of the West Philippine Sea and the rest of South China Sea. On July 12, 2016, the Philippines scored a major victory when the International Arbitral Tribunal issued its award on the arbitration case between the Philippines and China over the West Philippine Sea or the South China Sea dispute. In its 501-page award, the tribunal decided in favor of the Philippines and said that China does not have historic rights to the South China Sea and that their 9-dash line claim has no legal basis. Over the years, China has continued to disregard the tribunal decision and maintained its claim that the West Philippine Sea and most of the South China Sea are theirs. China has conducted massive land reclamation activities, turning submerged reefs into artificial islands capable of hosting military equipment and structures, and established two administrative structures in the South China Sea, and recently, of course, last year, implemented two laws, the China's Coast Guard Law in February 2021 and China's Maritime Traffic Safety Law on September 1, 2021. Over these years, China has continued to aggressively maintain their presence in these territories despite the tribunal declaration that certain sea areas, are within the exclusive economic zone of the Philippines because those areas are not overlapped by any possible entitlement of China. Because of China's past and recent aggression and the refusal to accept and abide the international law concerning the South China Sea, the West Philippine Sea, global conferences such as these are critical to educate and create awareness for the global community. And of course, today, with our team, with the recent uh, election, May 9, 2022 election, and we now have the president-elect Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. As we can see, we would like to dissect and better understand the challenges or the current issues that we will be facing with this new presumptive administration. And I would like to welcome, of course, our guest speaker, Honorable Justice Antonio P. Carpio, our special guest of honor, Attorney Lloyd and Nicholas Lewis from New York City, the powerhouse of excellent speakers, the special guests from the Philippines and other countries, and all the participants in this conference. And actually, we are being represented from 17 countries all over the world. That includes the Philippines and 17 other countries. And I cannot mention all of them already. But the audience now is composed of, I would say, from all walks of life. And this early, I can only thank everyone who is part of this conference for sharing their time, expertise, and resources to broaden our knowledge and enlighten us on the issues in the South China West Philippine Sea. And of course, we welcome everyone, including all global netizens from the different parts of the world who are attending and watching this virtual conference. Thank you very much and a pleasant day to all of you. Maraming salamat po. And now I would like to introduce Attorney Lloyd Nicholas Lewis, who will be delivering her opening remarks. Attorney Lloyd Nicholas Lewis is the chair and CEO of TLC Beatrice LLC, a family investment firm, an attorney by profession, admitted to practice in the Philippines and New York. Attorney Lewis was the first Filipino woman to pass the New York bar without having studied in the United States, studied law in the United States. After serving 10 years as general attorney in the U.S. Immigration and Naturalization Service, currently the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, or the USCIS, and having won her discrimination case against INS in 1979, Attorney Lewis co-authored How to Get a Green Card, now on its 13th edition. Attorney Lewis graduated in the top 10 of her class from the University of the Philippines, College of Law, and a cum laude graduate of St. Teresa's College, two of the Philippines' premier educational institutions. In 1995, she landed on the cover of Working Woman magazine as top businesswoman in America when she assumed leadership of TLC Beatrice International and steered it to $2 billion revenue. From 1997 to 2000, she liquidated the company as her late husband, Reginald F. Lewis, would have wanted. Attorney Lloyd chairs the Reginald F. Lewis, or the RFL Foundation, which donated to educational institutions while Mr. Lewis was alive, such as Harvard Law School, University of the Philippines, and Howard University, among others. The foundation also supports the Reginald F. Lewis Museum of Maryland African American History and Culture in Baltimore, Maryland. She's one of the founders of the National Federation of the Filipino American Associations, or NAFA, a civic advocacy group in the USA. She also co-founded the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund, or the ALDEF, and the U.S. Pinoys for Good Governance. She is the national chair of the U.S. Filipinos for Good Governance, whose mission is for better lives of Filipinos everywhere and a better Philippines. Attorney Lewis is the founder and president of the Lewis College in the Philippines, which offers quality education from K to 12 to college, as well as TESDA accredited courses to her fellow Sorsoganons. About 30% of college students are on scholarship. She also supports charge-based microfinance such as People's Alternative Livelihood Foundation of Sorsogon Incorporated, or the PALPC, which since 1998 has lifted 20,000 families out of poverty in the province where she was born. Attorney Lewis values her faith, and she was recently elected to the board of directors of the National Catholic Reporter in the U.S. She is fluent, of course, in Filipino, including her native dialect in Bicol, English, French, and Spanish. In addition, I would like to inform you, ladies and gentlemen, Attorney Lloyd and Nicholas Lewis is the first Filipino who led the global protest against China in 2011, to be exact, on July 12, 2011, when she led the global protest against China, upon learning that China was trying to drill oil in our, of course, territorial water, in our territory near the Spratly Islands, of course, that is in Calayan Island. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, it's a great honor and a pleasure to introduce to you Attorney Lloyd and Nicholas Lewis, live from New York City, USA. Good evening, Attorney Lloyda Lewis.
Thank you very much, Dr. Celia Lampkin, for inviting me to give the opening remarks, which I will give my own assessment and judgment of the last election. Because last week, the Philippine Congress proclaimed Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. as the new president and Sara Duterte as the vice president, or as far as I'm concerned, it appears. Because in fact, this election was a fraud. And now with the winners to be officially sworn in on June 30, our entire nation, the Philippines, is at risk. Forget for a moment the question of whether Marcos Jr. is fit to rule the Philippines. He happens to be the son of Ferdinand Marcos Sr., the late dictator who stole billions of dollars from the Philippine coffers. And that Sara Duterte is the daughter of the current President Rodrigo Duterte. At issue here, above all, is an election process that demonstratively smacked of deception. Videos and photos of massive vote buying were rampant all throughout the election period. The machines deployed to count those votes were defective. The outcome produced identical ratios of 68% for Marcos Jr. and 32% for Leni Robredo for every election result nationwide, and those ratios that were statistically improbable. The Commission on Elections, we call COMELEC, responsible for regulating the election, compounded this problem. Historically, elections in the Philippines, with a population of 110 million across more than 7,000 islands, consistently require weeks to count and verify all the returns. Yet this year, then official results were reported within 5 hours, a rapidity nothing short of unbelievable. Let's connect some dots here. First, all the COMELEC commissioners were appointed by President Duterte. Second, Senator Amy Marcos, sister of Marcos Jr., is the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Electoral Reforms. Third, the contracts for managing the election logistics were given to Dennis Uy, a Duterte crony. Fourth, the mounting evidence suggests that voting machines were literally programmed to manufacture results favorable to Marcos and Duterte. In fact, 595 prisons in the country gave 0 votes to Leni Robredo, which we find very hard to believe because she had crowds of tens of thousands attend her rallies in some of those regions. No wonder the claim of massive Marcos Duterte victory has encountered widespread skepticism and protests by rallies back home and in front of many Philippine consulates. But the proof of corruption rises well beyond the anecdotal. According to the International Observers Mission, IOM, sponsored by the International Coalition for Human Rights in the Philippines, IOM reported that the elections were, quote, marred by a higher level of failure of the electronic voting system than ever before, along with a higher level of blatant vote buying, disturbing level of red tagging, and the number of incidents of deadly violence, unquote. At least 40 people have been killed and 20 others wounded in several electoral related incidents. There have also been reports of missing Robredo volunteers, including Dante Gatdula, a volunteer coordinator for Robredo People's Council in Southern Luzon, who disappeared on March 23rd. So the IOM concluded, quote, this election does not meet the standard of free and fair, unquote. Allowing these election results to stand will spell trouble for a country that already faces more than its share of troubles. 3 families will control 6 of the 24 seats of the Senate for the first time in the history. And only 1 or 2 senators will be in a position to offer any legitimate opposition. More broadly, the current election outcome threatens to turn a once thriving democracy into an oligarchy. In conclusion, the presumptive election victory is based on vote buying, deception, and disinformation. Honesty and fairness in the name of freedom must prevail. If it does not prevail, no country, least of all our Philippines, can survive for very long. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Lewis, for that very empowering message and enlightening to everyone who are here listening and all the facts that happened in the last election. Thank you so much. And it's an honor again for you to be with us again. Okay, Sir Fons, back to you, Sir Fons.
Doctora. And now, well, actually, I'll have to pass it back to you because Dr. Celia Lamkin will now introduce our outstanding and extraordinary guest speaker, who I have been who I've personally looked up to for many years now. He is an outstanding man and a former magistrate. Dr. Lamkin, please take it away and introduce our outstanding guest speaker.
Thank you, Sir Fons. All right, so our guest speaker is Honorable uh, Justice Antonio T. Carpio. Justice Antonio T. Carpio is a retired justice of the Supreme Court of the Philippines. He served in the Supreme Court for 18 years from 2001 to 2019. He obtained his law degree from the College of Law of the University of the Philippines, where he graduated valedictorian and cum laude in 1975. He earned his undergraduate degree in economics from Ateneo de Manila University in 1970. Fresh out of law school, Justice Carpio went into private practice and founded the Carpio Villaraza and Cruz Law firm. He was a professorial lecturer of the UP College of Law from 1983 until 1992, when he was appointed Chief Presidential Legal Counsel with cabinet rank by then President Fidel V. Ramos. Justice Carpio was a member of the Board of Regents of the University of the Philippines from 1993 to 1998. For his distinguished and exemplary service to the Republic, Justice Carpio was awarded in 1998 the Presidential Medal of Merit by then President Fidel V. Ramos. In 2015, he was named an outstanding alumnus in public international law by the UP Alumni Association. In 2015, the Department of Foreign Affairs sponsored Justice Carpio on a world lecture tour on the West Philippine Sea dispute. Justice Carpio presented the Philippines' perspective on the dispute before think tanks and universities in 30 cities covering 17 countries. In May 2017, Justice Carpio published the book titled The South China Sea Dispute, Philippine Sovereign Rights and Jurisdiction in the West Philippine Sea. For his adherence to the rule of law and defense of Philippine sovereignty and sovereign rights in the West Philippine Sea, both his alma mater, the University of the Philippines, and the Ateneo de Manila University, conferred on him the Doctor of Laws honoris causa in December 2020 and May 2021, respectively. Earlier in 2009, his grade school and high school alma mater, the Ateneo de Davao University, conferred on him the Doctor of Laws honoris causa for his adherence to the rule of law. In February 2021, the De La Salle University awarded Justice Carpio the Ka Pepe Jokno Award for his defense of Philippine sovereignty and the civil liberties of the Filipino people. Justice Carpio was the chair of the Second Division of the Supreme Court and the chair of the Senate Electoral Tribunal. Justice Carpio retired from the Supreme Court with a zero backlog of cases. And of course, in addition, we are very proud to say Justice Antonio T. Carpio is also a member of our National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea and also our advisor. Ladies and gentlemen, it's again a great pleasure and a great honor to present to you and introduce to you our very special guest speaker for today's conference, Honorable Justice Antonio T. Carpio. Good morning, Justice Carpio.
Thank you, Dr. Lampkin, for that very kind introduction. A pleasant day to everyone. Thank you for inviting me to speak before you today. President-elect Ferdinand Marcos Jr. stated during the last presidential campaign, and I quote him, that arbitration is no longer an arbitration if there is only one party, so it is no longer available to us, end of quote. Marcos Jr. has adopted the official position of China that the arbitration at The Hague is null and void because China did not participate in the arbitration. This position of China has been debunked by the arbitral tribunal and by practically all scholars of the law of the sea outside of China. The UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, to which China and the Philippines are parties, provides for compulsory arbitration in its dispute settlement mechanism. Annex 6 of the convention expressly states, and I quote, "If one of the parties to the dispute does not appear before the arbitral tribunal or fails to defend its case, the other party may request the tribunal to continue the proceedings and to make the award. Absence of a party or failure of a party to defend its case shall not constitute a bar to the proceedings." End of quote. Clearly, contrary to the obviously false claim of Marcos Jr., the truth is the arbitral award is valid and binding between China and the Philippines. The position of Marcos Jr. is infinitely worse than the position of President Duterte. While President Duterte's policy has been to put aside the arbitral award, but to raise it at the appropriate time in the future, Marcos Jr.'s policy is to completely adopt the position of China that the arbitral award is null, void, and utterly useless. The arbitral award will remain valid and binding forever between China and the Philippines, unless waived by the President under the international law doctrine of unilateral declaration. Under this doctrine, the President can waive the arbitral award by his unilateral declaration, and the waiver becomes effective and binding on the Philippines once the waiver is accepted by China. If Marcos Jr. repeats once he assumes office as President of the Philippines on or after noon of June 30, 2022, his campaign statement renouncing the arbitral award as null and void, and China accepts such renunciation, then the Philippines will be legally bound by such renunciation. The arbitral award can no longer be invoked by the Philippines at any time in the future. The award will no longer be valid and binding between China and the Philippines. There is even jurisprudence that China need not accept the unilateral declaration. For the declaration to be valid and binding, a such declaration does not need a quid pro quo or acceptance. In the 1974 nuclear test case, the International Court of Justice ruled, and I quote, "It is well recognized that declarations made by way of unilateral acts concerning legal or factual situations may have the effect of creating legal obligations. Declarations of this kind may be and often are very specific. When it is the intention of the state making the declaration that it should become bound according to its terms, the intention confers on the declaration the character of a legal undertaking, the state being thenceforth legally required to follow a course of conduct consistent with the declaration. An undertaking of this kind, if given publicly and with intent to be bound, even though not made within the context of international negotiations, is binding. In these circumstances, nothing in the nature of a quid pro quo, nor any subsequent acceptance of the declaration, nor even any reply or reaction from other states is required for the declaration to take effect, since such a requirement would be inconsistent with the strictly unilateral nature of the juridical act by which the pronouncement by the state was made, provided their intention is clearly resulting from it." End of quote. In a webinar last May 6, just 3 days before the national elections, I described Marcos Jr.'s position as, and I quote, "a betrayal of the country because he has completely sided with China, that the arbitral award is null and void and thus useless." End of quote. I added that, and I quote, "If elected, Marcos Jr. will be the first head of state to reject an international arbitral award that is overwhelmingly in favor of his country." End of quote. Happily, there has been a dramatic and surprising sea change on the West Philippine Sea issue. Just last Thursday, May 26, President-elect Marcos Jr., in a complete turnaround, announced to the nation that as president, he will uphold the arbitral award against China. Marcos Jr. stated, and I quote, "We have a very important ruling in our favor, and we will use it to continue to assert our territorial rights. It is not a claim, it is already our territorial right." End of quote. Marcos Jr. even promised to defend our full 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone in the West Philippine Sea, stating, and I quote, "We will not allow a single square, and maybe make it even smaller, a single square millimeter of our maritime, coastal, and up to 200 nautical mile rights to be trampled upon, end of quote. We certainly welcome this new position of Marcos Jr., which is the only correct position that any president of the Philippines can take on the West Philippine issue. We can now breathe a heavy sigh of relief, as if the strongest geopolitical typhoon forecasted to imminently hit our country since World War II has suddenly dissipated before reaching our shores. We must, however, remain resolute, redouble our efforts, and be ever more vigilant in defending the West Philippine Sea. The Constitution mandates that the state shall protect its marine wealth in its exclusive economic zone and reserves its use and enjoyment exclusively to Filipinos. The Filipino people constitute one of the essential elements of the Philippine state. So it is our solemn duty, yours and mine, to protect and defend our exclusive economic zone in the West Philippine Sea. The Philippine government, another essential element of the state, defends and protects our maritime zones through the armed forces of the Philippines. The commander-in-chief of the armed forces is the president. It is a primordial duty of the president as commander-in-chief of the armed forces to defend and protect our maritime zones and not to give them away to China by unilateral declarations. The Arbitral Award is the legacy of my generation to the youth of our country. As the ranks of my generation become thinner, we ask the youth to begin manning the ramparts in defense of the West Philippine Sea. Safeguarding our maritime zones in the West Philippine Sea is an international, intergenerational duty of all Filipinos. Present and future generation of Filipinos must discharge faithfully the solemn historic duty to defend the West Philippine Sea from encroachment by China. Thank you and a good day to everyone.
Thank you so very much, Justice Carpio, for the extremely, I don't know what to say. I'm speechless. That was an amazing presentation. And well, I'm speechless. Bravo po, Justice Carpio. That was truly amazing. And we salute you all. We all salute you po. Thank you very much for the very inspirational and the strong message to our incoming president, to China. You have always been consistent in your words and in your stance, and we truly believe that you are a patriot po, and your words will guide us and hopefully the next administration in our stance and the way we handle the West Philippine Sea issue. Thank you very much po. And now
Thank you very much. Yes.
to introduce our next speaker, I would like to call on Captain Caruso Antonio Mario Tagal, a former military pilot and retired airline pilot, to give his introductions. Captain?
Thank you very much, Sir Fons. Good morning, everybody, and to the whole world. And it's my pleasure to introduce to you our next speaker, James Kraska. And we have here a short biodata of Dr. James Kraska, SJD. Dr. James Kraska, SJD, is a professor of International Maritime Law and chair of the Stockton Center for International Law at the U.S. Naval War College. He's also a professor of law on world organization at the Harvard Law School and Reading University, University of the Philippines, Gujarat National Law University. He is also a previous visiting scholar at Duke University Marine Laboratory and Chief of Naval Research Fellow at Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. He earned both professional and research doctorate in law and served as a U.S. Navy officer and lawyer. with multiple tours of Japan and the Pentagon. He is a permanent member of the Council on Foreign Relations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. James Kraska. Dr. James, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Captain Tagal, for that kind introduction. And thank you, Dr. Lamkin and the National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea for being able to participate in this 8th annual conference. And also thank you to all the colleagues and dear friends who have joined. Thank you to Justice Carpio for those words of wisdom, and others who are out there who are pursuing the rule of law. And I also must commend colleagues at University of Philippines College of Law as a world-class Law of the Sea program that I've had the honor to work with. So very nice to be able to address everyone. And I just thought it would be helpful to say a few words about the Mutual Defense Treaty that we have between the United States and the Philippines, and how it protects our shared values and our territorial integrity and political independence. So I thought it might be useful if we just did a sort of a short commentary walk through the treaty to remind everybody of the common pursuit that we have in the rule of law in the region. So the Mutual Defense Treaty is governed under the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations. And this guides the people of the United States, as well as the people of the Philippines, that we seek to live in peace with all peoples and governments. And we are taking no sides and it doesn't require other countries in the region, particularly China, to feel that the United States and the United States is asking the Philippines and other countries to, quote, take sides. The only sides that we've taken is aligning ourselves with the Charter of the United Nations, that all peoples live in peace and security. The Defense Treaty is prideful or acknowledging of the historic relationship that the people of the Philippines and the United States enjoy in fighting side by side against imperialist aggression during World War II. And this sense of unity continues into the present day, where we have a common determination that we will defend both countries against external armed attack. And this treaty stands as a monument to signal, to reassure other friends and allies in the region, from Japan to Australia, as well as to signal to potential aggressors, whomever they may be, that they cannot have any illusion that either the US or the Philippines will stand alone if attacked in the Pacific region. So this is a lawful collective self-defense mechanism as provided for in Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations. And this means that our countries will always seek to settle international disputes in a peaceful manner, much as the Philippines has done with the South China Sea arbitration under Annex 7. We also will refrain from, in our relations, from this prescription under Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the UN Charter to refrain from the threat or the use of force, and that we expect other countries in the region also to uphold these governing principles, indeed, these enforceable rules that are reflected in the UN Charter. So the Defense Treaty says that we will act both individually as well as jointly to exercise our right of self-help or inherent right of self-defense, as well as our right to engage in collective self-defense, and that we will both develop the capacity to do so, that we will both work toward developing military capabilities to resist armed attack. We both countries recognize in this legally binding document, this treaty, that an armed attack in the Pacific area on either of the parties is dangerous to its own peace and security. And this bears some reflection, because what it means is that the United States, of course, would come to the aid of the Philippines. And it also might mean that the Philippines might come to the aid of the United States. And as you know, the United States has treaty alliances with other like-minded states that I just mentioned. So this declaration is that both countries agree to act to meet common dangers in accordance with their own processes for decision-making, their own executive decisions for responding to an armed attack. Under Article 5, an armed attack on either of the parties is deemed to include an armed attack on the metropolitan territory of either country. This includes the major islands of the Philippine nation. It also includes the islands of Hawaii or Guam for the United States. And also Article 5 covers an attack on the territory of either parties, including island territories under their jurisdiction in the Pacific. And the United States has territories in the mid-Pacific Ocean, and of course, the Philippines exercises jurisdiction over Kaolin Island Group, Scarborough Shoal, and other regions. Finally, the Article 5 provision is including armed attack on the armed forces of the parties, as well as public vessels or aircraft in the Pacific. And not only does this include Philippine warships, such as the BRP Sierra Madre at Second Thomas Shoal, and the forces that occupy that vessel, the Philippine Marines. It also includes other public vessels, such as Philippine Coast Guard ships. So the treaty is based on the UN framework that members shall refrain from, in their international relations, from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or the political independence of any state. And note that the UN Charter says that it proscribes or it prohibits not only the use of force against another country, but the threat of the use of force against another country. Under the Charter, if an armed attack occurs, then states have an inherent right of self-defense. The US and the Philippines can fulfill that right through the Mutual Defense Treaty. Now, I have spoken in the past about how this inherent right of self-defense under Article 51 in the UN Charter has, in some respects and through some interpretations, been diluted through two cases of the International Court of Justice that I personally do not find constructive. The first is the paramilitary activities case, that is the US versus Nicaragua in 1986. And the second is the oil platforms case between Iran and the United States in 2003. Now, in the interest of time, may I just say that what I find objectionable about these cases is that they both have tended to license gray zone type of activity. In the case of the paramilitary activities case, what it said is that US actions to defend allies in Central America, including Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador, that were under guerrilla insurgency attack in the 1980s. Those US efforts were deemed not to be lawful self-defense because they lacked the gravity of a conventional invasion. They lacked the scale and effect of an actual conventional war. And because they lacked this gravity or scale and effects, the International Court of Justice said that the US and its allies were not entitled to self-defense. And I just disagree with that decision. Similarly, with the oil platforms case, this emerged from the tanker war during the 1980s when Iran and Iraq attacked about 500 oil tankers, killing seafarers, disrupting the global economy and the flow of oil. In that case, the United States also struck against Iranian naval units and Iran oil platforms that were being used to vector forces, Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps forces to interfere with the sea lanes. And the ICJ said that none of these individual attacks had the gravity or scale and effect that would justify the right of self-defense. And moreover, even if the war continued for 8 years as it did, that the US could not accumulate all of these small, low-level attacks and say that combined they equal something that would justify the right of self-defense. Now, I'll conclude just with a few thoughts, though, on where that leaves us with the Mutual Defense Treaty. And what I would say is that at the end of the day, I think both the Philippines and the United States are better protected because, happily, the United States does not accept the Nicaragua case or the oil platforms case. The US view is that its forces may exercise self-defense based upon the demonstration of hostile intent or a hostile act. Just two different criteria. There is no requirement for gravity or scale and effects. And what this does is it strengthens deterrence by putting on notice potential aggressors that all it takes is either a hostile act or some demonstration of hostile intent. And what that means is that the US forces do not have to take the first hit. All they have to do is exercise they may exercise self-defense if there's simply a demonstration of hostile intent, even if hostile intent has not been perfected. So in concluding, what I would say is that this Mutual Defense Treaty is one of the pillars, the architecture for security in East Asia, in the Western Pacific region, and that it's linked up with the other security arrangements with Japan, Korea, Australia in particular, and potentially even Thailand. With that, I would just finally add that the treaty remains in force indefinitely, and that I know the Philippines just underwent a very difficult election, very controversial election, and the United States also has similar types of political turmoil, but the treaty endures. The treaty is between our countries, and it remains in force indefinitely. And so hopefully both parties will continue to adhere to this treaty, and we will continue to experience the benefits of our bilateral relationship. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. James Kraska. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, because of the limited availability of James Kraska, we will be asking a question already to him because he has to leave eventually. Dr. James, there is a question from the Director of Coast Guard Strategic Studies and International Affairs Center, Rudyard Sumera. His question is the incoming, do you think the incoming administration of the Philippines administration going to pursue the independent foreign policy of the present administration? And his next question is, should the United States become more involved or less involved, or maintain its current level of involvement in disputed maritime territories in Asia? Thank you, Dr. Praska.
Oh, thank you very much for those questions. So, of course, I have to emphasize these are my personal views, and I'm glad to share any of my views that I have. They're not U.S. government views. On the issue of the incoming administration, honestly, I'm just not well positioned. I understand that, you know, I'm just from an outsider looking in, and I have a hard enough time trying to figure out what's going on closer to me. And so I just don't have any wisdom to share. I think there's other people that are much better positioned to do that as far as the incoming Philippine administration. But I would offer an opinion on U.S. involvement in the region. And my view is that I hope that it grows not just militarily, but in particular economically and culturally, because what we're facing is a comprehensive challenge. It's a political challenge and an economic challenge. And so I would hope that the United States and other countries in the world would develop closer ties or closer links. And one way that this, I think, is already occurring is through the quadrilateral arrangement with India, Australia, Japan, and the United States, as well as strategic partnerships with countries such as the Philippines, Vietnam, rather, as well as relationships that the United States has with other countries, Indonesia, Malaysia. I think all of these are constructive in the region. I hope that they would deepen and expand, particularly in the economic realm. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Praska. If somebody from the panelists or has some question, because he will be leaving soon. He informed me ahead of time that, you know, his availability for this conference is very limited. We really appreciate it very much, Dr. Praska, for being with us. Is there anyone? I think I would like to ask this question, Dr. Praska. With the Mutual Defense Treaty of 1951, is there a big probability that we can still modify that and amend that? Because, you know, with what the Philippines has been experiencing with the bullying tactics and the gray zone tactics of China, of course, there should be an armed conflict in order for this MDT to kick in, right? So China has been using all these water cannons, you know, like, for example, those our military men who, you know, who are supposed to bring the supply mission to BRP Sierra Madre, the Chinese Coast Guard had water cannon their vessels, but of course they were not in the Philippine Coast Guard, but it is a private, I would say, private vessel. So in that situation, would you recommend an immediate, modification of the Mutual Defense Treaty? And if possible, how would we go with it? Thank you so much, Dr. Praska.
Thank you kindly. And also, I might add, if there's somebody that doesn't have an opportunity to ask a question or would like to engage with me, just send me an email. I'll be glad to respond. But toward that question, what I would say is that it's not necessary to change the Mutual Defense Treaty. I think the text is rather elegant and that it endures, and that it's not the legal text that is deficient, but rather the level or the scope of engagement with the United States in the region. I think that if it's welcomed, not forced upon any countries in the region, but rather we have shared interests. The United States is the world's economic powerhouse. We have an enormous economy. And so I would prefer that we would be signing free trade agreements, that we would be expanding the network of trade and cultural contacts, deepening not just bilateral, but trilateral and quadrilateral military exercises, where you might have the JMSDF, the US Navy, the Philippine Navy operating in concert. Likewise, it would be valuable to have US Coast Guard, Philippine Coast Guard, Japan Coast Guard, Australian forces, and other partner nations, building a large coalition of like-minded states that are interested in preserving peace and security and economic prosperity. This, I think, is the right approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. James Kraska. Are there any questions from our panelists before, Dr. Kraska would have to leave soon? Any questions? After, I think I have one more question to Dr. Kraska. For the benefit of, to educate a lot of people who are watching here and listening, and all our global netizens, there has been still a lot of questions of what happened in the standoff in the Scarborough Shoal in April 2012. So there were questions on how come the Mutual Defense Treaty was not implemented when Chinese Coast Guards occupied. I mean, I think that was hundreds of Chinese Coast Guards occupied the Scarborough Shoal. Of course, until now, they're still there. And can you please kindly explain on that, on why what's missing in the Mutual Defense Treaty, and why that was not implemented during the standoff between the Philippines and the Chinese Coast Guard during that time? Thank you so much, Dr. Kraska.
Yeah, thank you. No, I definitely remember that 10 years ago. In fact, again, these are my personal views. I think that might have been handled in a different way. The signals from the US government, I believe, might have been more effective, and the actual presence of US assets in the region, I think, may have lended some value to deterrence. So I believe that each country sometimes can do better. And in this case, that was not, I don't think that anybody would say that unfolded in a optimal way. The way to prevent this is what I just mentioned. It's operating in tandem, not just exercises, perhaps even patrols, where you have the assets of more than one nation, at least the Philippines and the United States, but also it could involve other countries, not just US allied countries, but strategic partners such as Vietnam or Malaysia, Indonesia, that might take place and lend to a sense of neighborhood commonality. And so that's what I would prefer, and I believe that that is the best way to maintain security and prevent this sort of gray zone occurrence. Of course, diplomatically, every deterrence has to have both capability and will. And I might suggest that in 2012, you could question whether both of those elements were, or either of those elements were adequate. Was there capability in the area? Was there presence in the area? And furthermore, was there the will to exercise those options? Not, of course, to involve or initiate an armed conflict of any type, but rather to deter action through presence and demonstration of willpower to hold the line. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. James Kraska, for that excellent presentation and for responding, of course, to all the questions of the Zoom registrants and my questions. And I think that would enlighten a lot of us with regard to the Mutual Defense Treaty. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, of course, we will still be having our open forum. We just had to accommodate the request of Dr. Praska because he has to leave soon. Thank you so much. Okay,
Dr. Lamkin, I have a question for Dr. Lamkin.
Yes, Engineer Rad.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. How are you, Dr. James Kraska? Follow up to the question of Dr. Lamkin. We know you made mention about, good to see you, sir. You made mention about a joint patrol, well, maybe particularly in the West Philippine Sea, but you are very well aware that, militarily our Philippine Navy is not equipped with a lot of ships for patrol purposes and even airplanes. So in view of billions of dollars of US aid to foreign countries, more particularly Israel, who is #1 in US aid, militarily and economically. And why is that? In my opinion, there's a lack of support in this regards from the US. Can you give us a good view about this? Because I must tell you right now, I am on top of all the things going on in the West Philippine Sea, but we don't have airplanes, we don't have ships, so it's like there's nothing we can do in regards to China's aggression.
Thank you for the question. It's a great question. It's one that I have, and that is even the U.S. Navy, in my personal view, I fear is quickly losing ground to be able to deter China as well as the other actors in the neighborhood, North Korea, potentially Russia. And so I share your concerns. My view would be, for example, that the U.S. Coast Guard needs to be about double the size that it is. We need one whole Coast Guard just for the Pacific region. We ought to have those national security cutters, those large Coast Guard cutters operating with friends and allies in the region. Likewise, we need a much larger Navy surface or Navy fleet, not just surface ships, but also submarines. And then, of course, we need to help to bolster our allies. It's a political question as to why these are not funded. I could offer maybe just take a thought or two. One is that there's a view that the Air Force, the Army, and the Navy all ought to be about 1/3, and that this sort of gentleman's agreement is not to be disturbed. Much as I admire the Army or the Air Force and other services, I think that the national security documents and Secretary of State and the Secretary of Defense have said that China is the principal challenge for the rule of law in the world. And therefore we ought to have a force that addresses that principal challenge. And this means that a large Army structure is probably less useful than making sure that we have power projection with Navy and Air Force capabilities. And then likewise, that our treaty allies and indeed partner nations, such as Indonesia, also maintain their own individual deterrent capability, which is a force multiplier for US forces. I would like to suggest finally that there's ways that we could do this that are actually relatively cost effective and that are asymmetric and that would pose some real challenges for China if it ever chose to be aggressive. And this might be things, and it also applies to Taiwan and Japan and other countries, things such as cruise missiles, surface-to-surface missiles, anti-ship missiles, mines. There are other asymmetric capabilities, drones, surface-to-air missiles to ensure anti-air war capability, anti-submarine capability based on drones. You don't necessarily have to have a submarine. So there's lots of ways that we could be creative to bolster and develop kind of a porcupine strategy in which both countries, both the Philippines and the United States, are force multipliers for each other. But I agree with you that there's a lot of work to be done. Thank you.
All right.
Dr. Kraska, in view of that, having said that, so since we have now the new presumptive president, Bongbong Marcos, so if you are, what can you advise him to do in regards to being more friendly or balance the relations?
Engineer Rad, excuse me, because we have so limited time. Since Dr. Kraska said if we have more questions, I can email to him, and those questions will be answered because we still have a lot of speakers. So okay, thank you so much. I do appreciate. Dr. Kraska, again, thank you so much for being with us. It's an honor for for all of us, for you to be with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Kraska. Thank you for
so
your
much.
time and your expertise. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like also to thank all of your questions and your queries. Again, thank you to Dr. Kraska for his expertise and the very inspirational talk. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I will call on again Captain Caruso Tagal to present our next speaker.
Thank you very much, Sir Fons. And again, it's my pleasure to introduce our very friendly and very accommodating Captain Carl Schuster. And before his speech, I'd like to give a short biodata on Captain Carl. Captain Carl Schuster served in the U.S. Navy for 25 years. He now teaches diplomacy and military science at the Hawaii Pacific University. He was the director of operations at U.S. Pacific Command's Joint Intelligence Center in Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. He wrote over 700 articles and 3 books and occasionally works for media outlets as a subject matter expert on defense and naval operations in the Indo-Pacific Ocean region. Captain Carl Schuster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Captain Tagalog. I also am honored to be speaking. I always enjoy my time with the National Youth Movement. What I'm going to be talking about today is walking the tightrope. As you know, incoming President Marcos has almost walked both sides of the street, if you will, in his foreign policy and national security policy discussions. Before he was elected, he essentially went beyond President Duterte's position, but now that he's approaching the office, he said some things that suggest he's going to try to balance his relations between the United States and China. Next slide, please. He faces some challenges, however, in doing so. Philippine people elected him, of course, in a controversial election to be their next president. He will assume office in June at a time of great geostrategic challenges in Asia, and he's going to be facing the expectations of the 2 most powerful competing nations, China and the United States, each of whom has expectations of him catering to their point of view. His background and recent actions suggest that he intends to defend Philippine security and sovereignty and security in the West Philippine Sea by stating the arbitrary ruling stands in force. He intends to adhere to it and enforce it. And he's also taken some actions. He says he's willing to renegotiate the visiting forces agreement with the United States and demonstrated, or at least indicated, that he's not interested in undermining or removing the Mutual Defense Treaty. So he's trying to strike a balance in his relations between China and the US. He has also expressed, however, a willingness to work with China, and we don't know yet what that means. His campaign speeches suggested he was going to accommodate China's desires on most issues. Since then, he's backed away from that, suggesting he's going to take a more balanced view between being pro-Western and accommodating China. Next slide. And in many ways, that's going to be walking a tightrope. Both Beijing and Washington will see bright and disappointing moments with this administration. So far, his actions and statements reflect the legacy that helped in some ways to get him elected, that is his father. However, that legacy is both a blessing and a curse. President Ferdinand Marcos Sr. was a strong, uncompromising nationalist. He gave the U.S. a lot of freeway in how they ran the bases, but the further you move from the bases, the less accommodating he was. He insisted on Philippine sovereignty over its domestic issues. His background, too, he fought courageously as an insurgent against the Japanese during World War II. He was not the major leader that he claimed to be, but he was also very young. The fact is, he fought and risked his life for his country, and those insurgents inflicted a price on the Japanese for their occupation. However, once in power, he was a very corrupt and abusive dictator who suppressed all opposition, effectively raided the treasury, and committed extensive human rights abuses. And that legacy has given a reputation that lasts to this day. And there are many who worry that Marcos will build on Duterte's less than admirable human rights record in suppressing his critics. It's too early to tell. We will see. But that dichotomous legacy will make it difficult for both Beijing and Washington to influence his policies, because he's not only got to walk a tightrope between them, he has to balance his actions against the will of the Philippine people. However he got elected, the fact remains there are expectations among the Philippine people for what he must do. He cannot abandon defending Philippine sovereignty and independence. However, that does not mean that he will not look for innovative ways to work with China in ways that in the long term are detrimental to the Philippines. Only time will tell. He will find that balancing relations between the two competing powers is akin to walking a tightrope, one that's easy to fall off. And his mixed messages of saying one thing one day and another thing the other will breed distrust with those two nations and with the Philippine people over time. Next slide. Which leads us to our expectations. Washington currently is hopeful that his potential foreign policy actions will be more pro-US than Duterte's, but they're skeptical about his future human rights policies. One thing that is generating concern is the fact that he has invited Duterte to serve in the cabinet, and of course, his vice president is Duterte's daughter. On one hand, he seems committed to continue the US-Philippines defense partnership. But will he follow in his father's and President Duterte's footsteps domestically? And that will have an impact on how the United States deals with it. Beijing, on the other hand, expects him to follow in Duterte's footsteps and probably took his campaign promises very seriously. So they believe he will place cooperation with China above nationalistic considerations. In fact, the Chinese media spoke about him as if he was almost Chinese in his policies. Duterte was willing to ignore the 2016 ruling. Marcos has indicated that perhaps that's not the case. Duterte tried to undermine, if not to terminate, the Mutual Defense Treaty without actually announcing it by trying to terminate the Visiting Forces Agreement and doing things that were inimical to the Mutual Defense Treaty. Marcos appears to want that cooperation and mutual defense treaty to continue. Now, in the short term, China has a leverage advantage due to its greater trade and investment in the Philippines. But Marcos will not ignore China's actions in the West Philippine Sea because they will affect his ability to govern in the Philippines. Philippine people are very nationalistic. He may have won the election, but now he's got to govern, and that means he needs to find a way to accommodate those affect sections of the Philippine people and society who will not surrender the Philippine sovereignty and independence, or the country's territorial integrity. Next slide. Bottom line, my assessment is it's too early to say precisely what the new president's policies will be, but his early actions suggest he will try to play the two superpowers against each other to the Philippines' advantage. The two powers' response to his actions and how he manages the balancing act and those responses will determine the extent of his success or failure. China, on one hand, aggressively employs its economic power when it's disappointed with an international partner. And it's not clear if the U.S. will increase investment and trade with the Philippines to provide him an alternative. I'm one who argues the United States should, but that's personal opinion. The United States, on the other hand, places great emphasis on human rights, often above security considerations. But the U.S. will find its leverage limited by the fact that China's economic power and willingness to be an alternative will diminish the pressure, the impact of the pressure, any pressure the United States may apply on the new president. So that's, I think, the future. Those are the contending factors and power factions that will affect President Marcos's policies, at least during the first 2 years. Only time will tell which he will choose. Thank you for your time and thank you for listening. And above all, thank you for the honor of giving this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Captain Carr.
Thank you very much, Captain Sister.
Thank you, Captain Schuster, for the very engaging discussion, for your expertise, and also for your service. Thank you for appearing on our program. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I will call on a person to introduce our next speaker. He is Jay Martin, who will introduce Dr. Hiroyasu Akutsu.
Good morning, good noon, good afternoon, good evening to everybody here. I'm Jay Martin from Guam, USA. Our next speaker is a professor of international politics and security studies at Heisei International University in Japan. He was formerly chief of policy simulation at the National Institute for Defense Studies, Ministry of Defense. He was also a visiting fellow at the Royal United Services Institute in London and visiting scholar at the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington, D.C., and visiting scholar at UKMOD's Development, Concepts, and Doctrine Center in Shrivenham. He received his BA and MA in law from Keio University and PhD in political science and international relations from the National University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Hiroyasu Akutsu. Dozo, onegaishimasu.
Thank you very much. Domo arigatou gozaimasu. Good morning from Saitama, Tokyo. Thank you for your kind introduction. After having the opening remarks and previous speakers, I'm now aware that I don't have much expertise to contribute to this particular community, but I'd like to say thank you for inviting me to this great event, despite the fact that I'm not an expert of the Philippines, Japan relations, or any territorial disputes surrounding the Philippines, although some of them are well shared and recognized in Japan as well, given Japan's security environment. So let me focus on Japan-Philippines relations as well as what should be done to deal with the common concerns and threats between Japan and the Philippines from Japanese perspective, which is my own personal opinion. And I have to say, I have to leave earlier, and the time is so short, so I'll be very brief, even briefer than I originally planned. So next slide, please. So my talking points are as follows, as you can see on the first slide. But let me go on to Japan's reaction to the latest development in the Philippines, the newly elected president, Mr. Marcos. Please turn to the third slide. Oh, sorry, next. And next. Yes, that's it. Already on May 20th, Mr. Kishida talked with the Mr. Marcos on the phone, and his first reaction was quite positive. I would say, understandingly diplomatic. The first, he agreed to continue with the infrastructure development with the Philippines, including railways and Subic Bay development. And second, especially in the security and law enforcement area, he agreed on Coast Guard law enforcement fields through the high-level Joint Committee on Infrastructure Development and Economic Cooperation and the Foreign and Defense Ministerial Meeting 2+2, among others. And in response, Mr. Marcos stated that the relations with Japan are of utmost importance to the Philippines and communicated his intention to deepen cooperation with Prime Minister Kishida in a wide range of areas. And the two leaders concurred on coordinating bilaterally toward further strengthening the Japan-Philippines relations. Finally, Prime Minister Kishida expressed his wish for future close coordination with Mr. Marcos for the realization of free and open Indo-Pacific. And the two leaders concurred on future coordination to realize regional peace and prosperity. My take is that Mr. Kishida's reaction was, as I said, quite diplomatic at this stage, very early stage. So it's too early to tell how the bilateral relations between Japan and the Philippines will develop. Having said that, this is not a bad start. And as you can see, given the Japan's assistance and cooperation with the Philippines, especially on the economic front, Japan may have some leverage, although in general, from the Philippines perspective, it would be the US and China that will focus on. Having said that, Japan may have some leverage given its economic and financial strength. And on the defense issue, for Coast Guard law enforcement fields, as well as on the defense issue, which is not directly stated on this slide, Japan has been providing assistance to the Philippines, especially since 2015, what is called capacity building assistance and HADR support to help the Philippines develop their own capabilities to deal with the Chinese pressure, and those activities that are seen as quite negative surrounding the territorial area of the Philippines. So Mr. Kishida and our government will continue to provide these assistance. However, I can say that Japan will sort of calibrate the intensity of our assistance to the Philippines, and according to how Mr. Marcos would play the future potential games in within the relations among important powers, the US, China, and Japan. And next slide, please. And next slide, please. And Japan has, as Kishida and Mr. Marcus agreed regarding the free and open Indo-Pacific, Japan has already launched its own free and open Indo-Pacific. And officially, it is not really stated, but it's quite obvious that Japan's free and open Indo-Pacific initiative or strategy has been meant to a sort of counter strategy to China's greater Belt and Road initiative. And China's reach has been going here, there, and everywhere on the globe. And some of the surprising developments was what happened to the Solomon Islands recently, and that's been quite an issue, not just to Australia and New Zealand, but other like-minded allies and security partners, the US, as well as Japan. And from a strategic point of view, one of the key issues for Japan is how to deter and alleviate the pressure from China in terms of China's island chain strategy. Obviously, China wants to expand those their space of activities by pushing going over those strategic lines. And obviously, the Japan and Philippines have potential responsibilities to keep China from going over the second island chain, although Chinese maritime and naval activities go well beyond them. But the question is how to keep China from doing what we could see as red lines. And the recent developments, including not just Solomon, but the current war in Ukraine has provided many lessons, not to Japan, but also to Taiwan, other like-minded countries and partners of the United States. There is some strategic change going on while China has been sort of the key concern for Japan over the past several years, along with North Korea and Russia. Russia's activities, despite the ongoing war in Ukraine, has been accelerating around Japan, particularly around the Northern Territory. Even during this ongoing war, Russia had sent bombers as well as battleships. Some of them have been taking place jointly with Chinese naval activities. And so Japan is now aware of the fact that Japan is faced with three fronts: China, Russia, and North Korea. And in addition to this new development, Japan still has to deal with Chinese naval, maritime, naval, and air activities. And as previous speakers pointed out, Japan has to work not just with the United States, the only ally, but other like partners through. So Japan is very keen to utilize not just Quad, but other strategic relations with the UK, which who has been accelerating their naval activities here in this region, and also other new frameworks like the AUKUS, as well as the US-led Indo-Pacific economic framework. Looks like the US, from our perspective, is realized that it is the US that really has to take the initiative. So Japan is willing to give full support to that initiative. So time is really changing, and I think now is the time to reassure and reconfirm the fact that we should work jointly to deal with the maritime, the local the maritime territorial dispute, because that would be the sort of the wider platform where each local separate issues can be dealt with, at least problems each in specific disputes has could be alleviated if that larger platform exists as a sort of support from behind. That's all I'm ready to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hiro, for the fantastic presentation. And we know that you won't be able to stay for too long. So we will entertain just one question for Dr. Hiro, and we will then proceed to our next speaker. So if anyone has any questions, we may now raise them today. We may now raise them. Do we have the questions from our panelists? Okay.
Yes, Sir Pons, I do.
Yes, engineer, you go ahead, po.
Dr. Acuzzo, good evening, sir. It's evening here now in San Francisco. So would you support a joint patrol in the West Philippine Sea between Japan and the Philippines?
I personally do. I think, yeah, I think we should do.
That means
patrol,
that
yes.
should be, yeah. So that
and
means
also
that should be,
and also exercise as well. Yes, Japan
means,
is willing to increase its defense budget my personal take is that the share of Japan's activities regarding security cooperation would also be enlarged. The main share would go to Japan, US alliance-related activities, and including exercise and petrol. But I think Japan can also increase its capacity building capability related budget. And I think if Japan and the Philippines are to enhance or joint activities, and I think they can be utilized to support our view. Yes.
So having said that, why do you think none of the Japanese or Philippine government is putting this on the table? As we speak today, we don't have anything like that.
No, we don't. What we could do is we could create something new.
Exactly. So that's probably something that we have to discuss in the future with the
yes.
incoming new president.
Definitely. Okay, thank you very much,
Thank you,
Engineer
Doctor.
Rad. And thank you, Dr. Hiro, for your presentation. Thank you for the question and the expert answer.
Again,
Thank you very
Dr.
much.
Hiro Akutsu, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for accepting my invitation to be a part of this, one of the speakers of this international conference. It's a
It's
great
my pleasure.
honor for having you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Arigato gozaimasu po. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to our next speaker. Our next speaker is a okay, thank you. We will now proceed to our next speaker, and I have the great pleasure to introduce him. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to read his bio. Commander Bhushan Dewan is the president and vice chancellor of Shidra University. He is also a war veteran and officer of the Indian Navy. He holds a master's degree from the IIT Delhi and PhD in CSR and human rights. He was a member of UN's Forum of Business and Human Rights in 2019, and he was also vice president of Tata Consultancy Services in Singapore and senior vice president in Adani Port. He authored 4 books in various disciplines and was a jury member of noted national awards. Ladies and gentlemen, Commander Dewan is a renowned security expert, and he speaks on reputed Indian TV channels on strategic issues, Indo-China relations, geopolitics, international affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a very warm welcome to a war veteran and hero from the Indian Navy, Commander Bhushan Dewan. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, my young friend Alphonse. And thank you very much, Dr. Celia, for having me on this program. It is such a huge learning experience to be amongst the galaxy of international speakers. So good day to everybody. Almost 284 people are connected on this. Indian and Philippines relations goes back into centuries. A lot of language terms of Philippines also. There's a lot of commonality, cultural affinity with India. I want to say, main theme of my discussion is, Mao said, if you give a hungry man a fish, he will eat 1 meal. If you teach him how to fish, he'll feed himself full life. How does it apply to us? Whether India or Philippines, we don't want to become a pawn. We don't want to become a pawn in the big power game between USA and China. Will USA rule the world or will China rule the world? What is in it for me? It doesn't really, it's not a big thing. What is important for me is how I can be strong, how I can stand on my feet. What does it mean? Let us not think of building our military muscle through purchase of arms. Military muscle through purchase of arms? No, it's a short-term answer. But military manufacturing muscle. More than military muscle, let us think of building military manufacturing muscle. Like India has a good program already launched for many years, building own corvettes, own frigates, own BrahMos missile, which is even being supplied to Philippines. I don't want to strengthen myself by buying arms. How long can I fight China or anybody just by buying arms? I'll go bankrupt. So build our military strength and capability, military muscle, not by purchase. Yes, we have to purchase in the short term, but in long term, and every day, every month, every year, am I increasing my capability to manufacture military hardware and systems in my own country, whether it's Philippines or India. So when we India wants to look for arms from USA or arms from France or arms from Russia, we've been focusing on this capability, indigenous capability to design, manufacture weapon systems. So the same thing, Mao saying, take a fish or learn ability to fish. So the point is, there's a lot of uncertainty. Internal uncertainty, new president designates, a lot of credibility issues, big question mark on his credibility. External issues, all said and done, you see, there are no permanent friends and there are no permanent enemies, no permanent friends, no permanent foes. There are only permanent interests. I don't know how correct it is, but the image of USA, for example, for making a sudden withdrawal from Afghanistan, it has invited a lot of criticism.
Movement for West Philippine Sea, Guam chapter.
And similarly, now in Ukraine, it is being seen in many circles that Ukraine has become a pawn in the big power war between USA and NATO on one side and Russia on the other. USA has not come in very forcefully. This is the impression. How right or wrong it is, we can judge. So the point is, and in the next 5 to 7 years, 8 years, is highly expected that China may try to snatch, annex Taiwan also. So Philippines is so close to Taiwan, and you have all relations with everybody there, fine. But in every step going forward, so this is another big uncertainty. Internal, domestic, new president, new government coming in, and the external uncertainty, how long, how strong the USA can really look for support Philippines or anybody for that matter. Look at India, we are a member of Quad, but we took on China ourselves. It's our own strength which counts. Borrowed strength will not help beyond a point. Short term, band-aid, limited wound has to be. And another external uncertainty, very big uncertainty is that we have to see that the growth of China's strength, economics muscle, military muscle. Now what they have done, you know it, just 10 days back, they have made 10 Pacific nations, small Pacific nations, Vanuatu, Fiji, Toga, and Papua New Guinea, to sign a pre-written dotted line agreement. Who? China has done it. And thereby, and they will do it. Why? They will, the signing countries will sign it. A lot of money. In Hindi, in India, there is a Chanakya who was a political philosopher 2000 years back. What did he say? Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed. First you try to discuss, negotiate, Sam. Then Dam. Dam means money. Try to buy away. So whether in Africa or this Vanuatu, African, the Pacific nations, you buy them away with a lot of money. Dand means violence, force, and Bhed. Bhed means create dissension, differences. So any trick in the trade is being used. Everything is fair in love and war. Is being used by China to acquire control against American wish. So the issue is that what is our role? How and there's another thing. You know, it's very difficult to live with a powerful neighbor.
You can't fight with a powerful neighbor. You can't be friendly with a powerful neighbor. Your own identity may be vanished, may be dissolved in that. So whether it is Philippines or India, we can't change our neighbors. So we have a very powerful neighbor. You have a very powerful neighbor, namely China. And we also have a very powerful, aggressive neighbor, namely China. So these are the challenges for us. Now look at Brahmo's case. I mean, like I have been vice president of TCS, which is a mega multinational IT company. And I know it personally, and I'm sure many of us know it. In the BPO space, globally, in the BPO space, Philippines has given tough competition to India. So the point is, these IT industry, BPO industry, why did it develop? It developed because America wanted that supply chain. In their supply chain, we fit it in. Similarly, can we sell this idea to America and to France or Russia? Look here, you give me the armament, but let us do joint venture. Let us manufacture together. But I'll manufacture at a much cheaper rate. Why Philippines BPO became strong? Cost advantage. Why Indian IT industry became strong? Cost advantage. It's very cost competitive. So I want to join with you. It's a win-win. And let's become strong. You are keen. USA, you are keen to contain China. Fine, you give me weapons. But more than that, every time you sell me weapons, you help me set up likes of Boeings, likes of Raytheons. You help me set up such industry. McDonnell Douglas, help me set up such industry in Philippines or in India. Like I was vice president TCS, Tata Industry, a lot of help came from America to set it up. If you work like that, that is long-term partnership. Capacity building, health, peace, agreement, that is all fine. Issues, let's walk the talk. What is on the table? You know it? 20 years, America says, I have spent $3 trillion in Afghanistan. Sorry. Those $3 trillion have been spent for generating business for American defense companies, for generating American jobs. And the bill has been given to put to ascribe to Afghanistan. Similarly, I don't want that you give me armament, whether free or sale. You help me build my military manufacturing muscle, MMM. And on this, I have a feeling there are many terms. So why we do it? It's clear. Military manufacturing muscle, why? Cost advantage is there also. And it means long-term strength. The question, how? Study the Brazil model. Unfortunately, India also has not been able to do very well in this developing military manufacturing muscle. You know why? France can give me Scorpion submarines. I tell them, no boss, 25%, 30%, and going forward 40%, you got to manufacture over here. He says, get lost. India get lost. Nothing doing. I don't want to give it to you. No, beggars can't be choosers. If he doesn't give it to me, he doesn't agree to my terms to manufacture in my country, what is my option? So I just have to buy, I just have to lump it. I just have to buy it. So Philippines, India, all these countries, Indo-Pacific countries come together to form a forum. The big guy USA, the big guy China. China is okay. They will not help us. We distrust them. Big guy USA is very keen to contain China. Good. Please create a supply chain of building defense manufacturing in Indo-Pacific countries. Japan makes Toyota car. Gearbox is made in Bangkok. Something is made in Indonesia. Something is made in Jakarta. And the key critical component comes from Japan. So create a defense manufacturing supply chain using us. We'll give you cost arbitrage. And what will that do? It will develop my economy also. It will increase my jobs also. And you don't have to feel threatened. After all, there's no free lunch. You want to really contain China? We are with you. So in this regard, India has been doing a lot of things on its own. But it may sound, I'm wearing a naval cap, military cap, I'm a war veteran, I'm advocating war. I'm a warmonger. Not at all. If you want peace, you have to be prepared for war. Unfortunately, only strength counts. Land of Buddha, we can talk of peace, but unless I have strength, my talk and lecture about peace doesn't count. So I have to perforce go into this route of military, developing my military strength and military muscle. And more that the military muscle is on long-term military muscle is MMM, military manufacturing muscle. Now, this is when so many agreements, IPEF happens, so many things happen, but we find these things are not talked. Now, IPEF has been announced last week. IPEF, Indo-Pacific Economic Forum. Almost 41% of global GDP, that is, it's covering that, these countries, Indo-Pacific countries. But a lot of it is not concrete. It's not walking the talk. It's not on the ground, even Quad. I mean, I'm very sorry. I mean, we have some American friends also here. Quad was happening, and suddenly the nuclear submarine was given to AUKUS. New AUKUS was created, and Australia got it. If you say India, Japan, Australia, USA are Quad, and Quad has to strengthen itself as a bulwark against expansionist China. Why you didn't make sure that the nuclear submarines from UK come to India, let us say? And if India has nuclear submarines, then I mean, with our reach, we will be able to be present in South China Sea also. So this cooperation between us, fine, cooperation with the USA, rich countries, yes, cooperation with Japan, yes, but we have to cooperate much more between ourselves, I mean, the non-big powers. So if there's an agreement, I was seeing through your defense agreement, you have three layers of defense, strategic agreement, comprehensive agreement. But with India, for example, your warships can come here for refit, for port facilities, logistic facilities, joint exercises. And so should Indian warships be able to come. The frequent flow. So military manufacturing muscle is not only manufacturing, it is also operations. O&M, it is also maintenance. So all this infrastructure has got to be developed by closer military cooperation, training. So this is the way for us to go forward. And I hope, as my topic says, now question is, jury is out. Will the new president do this? We don't know. But I think if a movement is built within the country, whether India or Philippines, to make sure that, look here, my agenda is to develop military manufacturing muscle. Then I think there is a way for long-term strength to contain China. Or if not contain China, stand on our own feet. It is not that they 220 military, merchant militia of China come suddenly. They start water cannons, your Spratly Islands, everything they can prevent you from reaching your own territories. And initially what happened with Vietnam? The oil exploration offshore for Vietnam, India was not being allowed to do it. But gradually Vietnam realized if you do it, that is one way to checkmate China. So such like cooperation, incremental, between us is very crucial for us to really become strong, whether it is Philippines or it is India, and basically to make sure that we are not bullied. Till yesterday, we were under the sphere of influence of USA. Now it is turning over that we may become under the sphere of influence of China. And we don't want to be under the sphere of influence of anybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commander Dewan, for the, I don't know, I'm also speechless. That was amazing. Thank you for the very informative and the very, I think, if anyone knows how to stand up to China and to be self-sufficient, it's India. We salute you po, and thank you for your service. Thank you for your talk. Salamat po. Maraming
Thank you
salamat
very
po.
much, Commander Dewan. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Celia.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our next speaker, allow me to read his bio. Dr. Carlisle A. Thayer is the Emeritus Professor at the University of New South Wales, Australian Defence Force Academy, and is the current Director of Thayer Consultancy. He taught at the Royal Military College. He also took up a senior appointment at the Asia-Pacific Center for Security Studies, U.S. Pacific Command in Hawaii. He was the academic coordinator for Australia's Senior Defence Course at the Centre for Defence and Strategic Studies at the Australian Defence College and the CV Star Distinguished Visiting Fellow at the School of Advanced International Studies, Johns Hopkins University. He was also the inaugural Francis and Stephen Fuller Distinguished Professor at Ohio University. He also authored over 500 publications on Southeast Asia and has delivered more than 60 papers to the international conferences on the South China Sea. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Professor Carlisle A. Thayer. Good morning po.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Dr. Thayer.
Afternoon here, but
Oh, good afternoon. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
okay. Well, I'd like to thank Celia Lampkin and the National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea for having me back. I think at some point I should have been wearing out my my welcome, but anyway, we negotiated my topic, and it's the Ferdinand Marcos administration and its impact on relations with Australia and ASEAN. Could I have the next slide, please? My presentation, the structure is quite simple. I want to give some background to that topic and then look at what's likely to happen with the new administration with Australia and ASEAN, then offer some conclusions. Next slide, please. I don't want to repeat the ground that other people have had, but it was a no-issue campaign. Marcos and his lot talked about together we shall rise again in unity, but declined to attend most debates, gave few interviews with the media, no discernible domestic or foreign policies on the website or that were given. And although we know it's contested, the reality, it seems, is going to be that the Congress will be controlled by blocs, both in the Senate and the House, by the Marcos group. Now, I could just stop here and say, since we don't know anything, I have taken on mission impossible. And so the way I'm working around the unknown, lack of policy, is to deal with what we do know that exists that will serve as the foundation for the new administration. Next slide, please. The president will turn 65 this year, disputed. He's never completed the courses that he's attended. We don't know if he has an undergraduate degree. He didn't get the PPE degree, philosophy, politics, economics. He was given a special social. I don't want to spend too much time. He didn't complete the business program. He served at various in Ilocos Norte province. He lived in the United States, and I'll come back to that. He served in the House, served as a senator. But it's interesting, according to an Asian briefing, 70% of the 52 laws that Congressman and Senator Marcos supported were related to renaming highways, designating holidays and festivals, and reapportioning cities and provinces. So not a solid CV for government itself. But the key term here is cosmopolitan, and I'm borrowing on Richard David Haidarian, that unlike Marcos, unlike Duterte with his anti-American, visceral anti-American baggage and his small town experience, we have a cosmopolitan candidate who's lived in the United States, in England, etc., and has traveled around. He's orientated towards the West. He's not afraid of having technocratic people around him. And he's the product of westernized education and culture. So that's Haidarian's view. Next slide, please. The administration is going to face key issues. And at this point, using the ASEAN briefing, President Marcos has not made his economic policies clear. His CAB website contains no clear overview. The economy, the Philippine economy battered, it went down, negative growth 2020, 6 to 9%. Recovery is underway, but there's still deep poverty, income inequality, unemployment, those that lost jobs during the pandemic, national debt, huge budget deficits, and for everyday life, soaring food and fuel costs. And the question is, will there be a stimulus program of Duterte's build, build, build? Next slide, please. Foreign policy issues. Again, we're hearing this. This is quoting from a Filipino specialist. It's not only the lack of information on his plans for governing the country, but foreign policy was basically absent from the campaign. And that's in the critical issues, as we know already, with relations with the US, China, and not yet discussed is ASEAN. Next slide, please. So the balance we heard from Carl Schuster between China and the United States, and quoting from Marcos, we are a small player amongst very large giants in geopolitics. We have to ply our own way. We have to find an independent foreign policy where we are friends with everyone. It's the only way. Both President Biden and Xi called and congratulated Marcos Jr., and the contest is on. They're vying for his attention. On the West Philippine Sea, we heard this quoted by Associate Justice Carpio, and he used the word millimeter, and I think I've seen both in translations, but we will not allow a single inch or single millimeter of our maritime coastal rights to be trampled on. We will use it, the Arbitral Tribunal Award, to continue to assert our territorial rights. It's not a claim. In a sense, that's where we left off with Duterte, who made comments at the General Assembly, UN General Assembly, and in the Philippines, having put it aside for most of his presidency. Next issue, please. Now, what would be helpful, and I heard Carl Schuster say that Duterte was offered a job in the cabinet, so that's new to me. But up until the moment, and things are changing, as opaque as his victory was clear, a first indication of what would occur would be the list of officials for the cabinet. And many of you in the audience may know much more than I know because it's fast moving. But according to a report by an Australian journalist, Emma Connors, in our premier financial newspaper, the Philippine ambassador to the United States is one of the front runners to replace the current the outgoing Secretary of State, Secretary for Foreign Affairs. Sorry, I'm getting my countries mixed up, tongue-tied there. Okay, next slide, please. We move to relations with Australia. It's the 75th anniversary this month. In 1946, Australia established a consulate in Manila at the end of the Second World War. And the relationship was deep and strong. And I tend to look at that. So next slide, please. We have a solid trading relationship in the billions of dollars. Statistics shouldn't be there, but the Philippines ranks 19th in our list of partners. We have a bilateral investment treaty that's generated a lot of investment. 300 Australian companies employ 44,000 Filipinos. And we share memberships in multilateral associations, which means it's, in other words, I'm not predicting a new President Marcos tearing up or changing what's already occurred. From 1986, the Philippines joins the Cairn groups of countries that are agricultural exporting countries to work out arrangements. Then to link this, Philippines is a member of ASEAN, and ASEAN has a free trade agreement with Australia and New Zealand. And they're all members of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. So they're locked into these multilateral organizations which influence bilateral relationships. Next slide, please. So I mentioned the long-standing diplomatic ties. The bilateral relations were formalized into a comprehensive partnership 2015. There's a plan of action which is currently underway, and that will be carried out in the final months of this year by the new administration. And there are a host, and I could go on with several slides, but there's biennial ministerial meetings, consultations as agreed, a strategic dialogue, and high-level consultations on defense cooperation, and many other at senior official level. So the relationship is solid and it's locked in, it has a legacy. Next slide, please. On defense and security, note, we are both treaty allies of the US. The Philippine Mutual Defense Treaty was signed the day before the ANZUS Treaty. And the operative clauses, as I repeated, stressed in previous conferences, are word for word the same. So we had James Kraska explain that this morning in the context of US Philippines, but it's the same wording that applies to Australia. We have an MOU, Australia and the Philippines, on cooperative defense activities. There's a joint committee that gives guidance. There's enhanced defense cooperation, working groups, training, donation of ships, etc. We cooperate together against terrorism, particularly the siege of Marawi. And we have a status of forces agreement, 2012, that enabled Australian forces to deploy, I think, with Typhoon Yolanda, because the agreements were already in place. Next slide, please. So the Marcos administration and Australia. After the election, President-elect Marcos made a private 3-day visit to Melbourne, Australia, to get his son, Vincent, enrolled at the University of Melbourne and a Doctor of Law degree. And while there, our Prime Minister called him and spoke and congratulated him. So I'm saying relations, although they go back 75 years, but with a comprehensive partnership, they have been firmed up at least for 7 years. It's a solid base to work on. And we now have new leaders in both capitals, Marcos and Anthony Albanese. And so that's a new opportunity to continue to work together. And the Labor government has given priority to lifting its engagement, particularly development assistance to Southeast Asia, as well as the Pacific. And that should align with Marcos' domestic agenda, as I'll mention. And I should also point out that according to our Bureau census, there are nearly 300,000 persons in Australia who put down that they claim Philippine ancestry and are now citizens of our country. And we have nearly 19,000 Filipino students at all levels in 2020 studying in Australia. And according to sources I was using, Australia is the top destination for Filipinos going abroad for tertiary education in terms of numbers. Next slide, please. Moving into the third part, Philippines and ASEAN. The Philippines, as you all know, was a founding member of ASEAN. And in the long period of time from 67, it has been chair 4 times. And it will be chair just as the Marcos administration splits in that year, 2027, because you hold elections in May, take office in June. Another important role that the Philippines can play is as country coordinator. And we look at, currently, it's the country coordinator for the European Union. And from our previous speaker, you'll be happy to know, 24 to 27, Philippines will be the country coordinator for India. And then in the last part of the Marcos administration, the country coordinator for Japan. Thank you. Next slide. Now, looking at the Marcos administration and ASEAN, the relationships with ASEAN, as these slides indicated, is highly institutionalized, and there's plenty of scope as chair and as country coordinator for the Philippines to contribute overall to the community building within ASEAN itself. A document that was agreed unanimously and is the centerpiece of ASEAN is the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, which basically says they are not going to choose sides, and they want ASEAN centrality to be respected and operationalized by the major powers, and that ASEAN-led mechanisms, the plus, defense ministers plus the East Asia Summit, the ASEAN Regional Forum, should be a key component. This should help the new Marcos administration, with an experienced bureaucracy, navigate relations between China and the US using ASEAN. And China and Australia were just this past year elevated as the only two countries to have a comprehensive strategic partnership with ASEAN. And it was just agreed that the US will get that status in November. So again, being a member of ASEAN gives the Philippines an opportunity to leverage off these multilateral relationships. Also, that the code of conduct negotiations in the South, single draft negotiated text, are resuming in person after the hiatus during the COVID period in Cambodia. And Myanmar and Laos were the only ASEAN countries not to make a submission, and the Philippines did. And it has a stake in the outcome because it has put down its interest in that document. And so as these continue, there is a venue. Under the guidelines, it's 11 countries, not ASEAN as a group versus China, but the 10 ASEAN members plus China in that. So the Marcos administration has a stake in protecting sovereignty and integrity in these multilateral negotiations. They have to proceed by consensus. And so Manila does not have to accept anything that goes against that. It can hold it up. So let me now conclude. We started with uncertainty. And here I'm quoting Del Webb, an Australia-based academic who's published a book on the Philippines. Questions now turn domestically and abroad to the kind of leader Marcos will be. Truth be told, it's a guessing game, as the Marco campaign avoided all debates and refused to be interviewed by credible journalists, preferring instead to disseminate messages and as memes via TikTok and the vloggers on YouTube. Next slide, please. And continuing on, quoting Filomeno Sta Ana, the incoming administration brings with it a deep uncertainty. And then to quote, Marcos has been vague on foreign policy because he's inexperienced, has been devoid of a clear strategy, and that's the senior analyst with the crisis group. But having said all that, I think, next slide, we can, on the basis of what we already know, see the parameters. The president-elect has declared his domestic economic priorities are to build infrastructure, secure energy, and create jobs. So that will mean a continuity of the Philippines' engagement with both, but not excluding others, Australia and ASEAN. And finally, he's learning his own way to try to fashion a national interest, and therefore we anxiously await his nominees as Secretaries of Defense and Foreign Affairs. No matter what the superpowers are trying to do, we have to work with the interests of the Philippines. We cannot allow ourselves to be part of the foreign policy of other countries. We have to have our own foreign policy. Well, that's not a radical statement, but an inexperienced president, if he selects the right people, has to base himself on the legacy and the foundations that have already been created to chart a new course. So not a radical turn, as we saw when Duterte came to office, but reestablishing a new normal in line with the mandate that Ferdinand Marcos Jr. believes he has to protect the national interest. And of course, I think we've heard his actions in the West Philippine Sea will be put under the microscope. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thayer.
Yes, po. Thank you very, very much.
And again, we're so honored to have you again in our international conference. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. Thank you so much for that excellent presentation. All right.
Yes, po. Thank you so much, Professor Thayer. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us take a break from the very weighty intellect that we have been imparted on by our expert speakers. And let's just remember that after our intermission, we have other speakers and then our open forum. But ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to re-welcome the Band of Brothers to give their intermission.
She's real fine, my 409. She's real fine, my 409, my 409. Well, I save my pennies and I save my dime. Giddy up, 409. For I knew there would be a time. Giddy up, 409. When I would buy a brand new 409. 409. 409. Giddy up, 409. Giddy up, 409. 409. Giddy up, 409. Nothing can touch my 409. 409. Nothing can touch my 409. 409.
Wow, that was great. That was great. That was, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a very warm round of applause to our state chairperson from New York, Sir Pepe Lozano, and his brothers, the JJ and JC. Thank you very much to the Band of Brothers. And now we will proceed to our next speaker. I will now call on Engineer Rad to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Sir Fons. Do we have the slide for? Yes, our next speaker is the former Undersecretary of the Department of the Energy and former President of the Philippine National Oil Company in Manila, Philippines. He is an exploration geologist and petroleum company executive with 35 years of experience in national and international petroleum exploration and production management. He was appointed as President and CEO of the Philippine National Oil Company in 2004 and was President of the PNOC Exploration Corporation and Chairman of the PNOC Energy Development Corporation. He succeeded in initiating local exploration efforts, raising the National Oil Company's competitive edge, ensuring the viability of the local investment, and reestablishing PNOC and the country's credibility in both the local and global oil industries. He attended the University of the Philippines in Diliman, of course, the Philippines, where he received the Bachelor of Science and degree in geology and where he completed his postgraduate studies in petroleum geology. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to introduce to you our former Undersecretary, Eduardo B. Manala. Let's have his round of applause, please.
Thank you, Engineer Rad, for the very generous introduction. After the Band of Brothers, I think that will be a very tough act to follow, but I will try my best.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone, and in the Philippines, and good evening to our listeners here in the US and in the North America area. Today, my friends, I am forced by exigencies of circumstance and time to focus on the topic of energy security for the Philippines. However, because of the wide scope of issues dealing with energy security on multiple levels, I will only deal with the significance of oil and gas supply for our country. According to current government estimates, the total liquid fuel or oil consumption in the Philippines is roughly 450,000 barrels per day. And according to estimates by the US Energy Information Administration, the liquid fuel consumption in Asian countries outside the OECD countries may increase by about 2.6% annually. On the other hand, as far as the natural gas is concerned, the Malampaya gas field in the West Philippine Sea supplies up to about 400 million cubic feet of gas daily to power plants with a total capacity of 3,000 megawatts, or 24% of Philippines' total power generating capacity. Consequently, energy security has become one of, if not the top security priority of governments, not only of the Philippines, but also of other governments in the Asian region. The need becomes more apparent as China continues to prosper, needing more and more fuel to import and to fill the needs engendered by its massive growth. And coupled with the sudden rise in oil prices due to the Ukrainian war, it becomes obvious that energy security is key to any country's continued progress and development. An energy crisis like this one we're having now have already occurred in the past. In the early 70s, the Middle East oil producers imposed an oil embargo as an offshoot of the Egypt-Israeli war. At that time, oil prices were not only shooting up, fuel pumps were running out of gas to sell, creating long lines of cars waiting for precious gas rations. Governments, particularly Indonesia and Malaysia, created laws to encourage petroleum exploration and development in the respective countries, both offshore and in their territorial portions of the South China Sea. They established their own national oil companies, Pertamina and Petronas, respectively. They manned these companies with top-notch managers and implemented extensive training programs for their people. They allowed their national oil companies to run their service contract systems in order to get maximum commercial benefits from the ventures. As a result of this crucial legislative and economic mandates, these companies grew rapidly and were able to directly explore and produce their country's oil and gas resources, eventually taking over from their foreign partners. Today, Pertamina and Petronas stand tall in terms of technological expertise and financial assets. Case in point, how did the Philippines fare during this period? To his credit, then President Ferdinand Marcos Sr. realized the same need as his Indonesian and Malaysian counterparts did. So in 1972, immediately after he declared martial law in September of 1972, he issued Presidential Decree number 87 that sets the rules and regulations to encourage the exploration and development of petroleum resources in the Philippines. In a separate edict, President Marcos also issued a subsequent presidential decree creating the Philippine National Oil Company, so that the regional countries had the same plans and had the same strategies at the time, and that is to encourage local exploration and production activities in their individual countries, to ensure the supply of petroleum for their own. President Marcos Sr. must have had a vision similar to those of his Asian counterparts, of the PNOC becoming a world-class oil company that would explore, discover, and produce our country's petroleum reserves on our own steam and for the good of our own people. Alas, it was not to be. When I was appointed president of the PNOC in 2004, in my first meeting with the PNOC managers and staff, I sought to jar them out of their complacency and awaken them to a most bitter reality. In all my years of experience within the oil industry, I said, I have realized one totally unacceptable truth. The PNOC is the only national oil company in the world that after 40 years of existence does not have a single barrel of oil to its name. Not one. So what happened? One is the role of personnel. At the very beginning, President Marcos Sr. appointed highly qualified and experienced professionals and technocrats to key positions. Eventually, as the government went into decline, appointments were made on the basis of political affiliations, cronyism, etc. Directorships were parceled out to political allies among media, labor organizations, etc. This personal problem extended to appointments in the Department of Energy. And what amazing facts I found. The country's top oil company, the PNOC, even without owning a single barrel of crude, and in a move totally uncharacteristic of an oil company, created its own subsidiaries in unrelated fields of shipping and real estate development. Each subsidiary complete with its own president, managers, and board of directors. The DOE and the PNOC. There are key aspects of the relationship between the DOE and PNOC, as well as the respective roles and responsibilities that beg to be questioned. Contrary to what is happening now, the PNOC should be able to act on its own, attending to business development and decisions, responsible only to the president, while the DOE concerns itself with energy policies as its mandate. But such is not the case. So back to our original question. What is the potential impact of the Marcos Jr. administration on Philippine energy security and economy? I make this statement on the record. There is now at hand an immediate test of this potential. The so-called litmus test is the Malampaya issue. The quality of President-elect Marcos' appointment to the key positions, particularly to the DOE and the PNOC, will have an immediate impact, not only on our energy security in general, but specifically on the Malampaya issue. The welfare of the Filipino people is our stake here. The dire warnings have already been sounded by our financial experts. Concerned government officers are poised for a massive potential loss and lack of revenue to cover and maintain expenditures in aid to our people. Well, there is an immediate solution to this problem. Very clearly, there is at once an available 50 million pesos to possibly 100 million pesos a day in pure government profit and revenue. And we're talking about low-hanging fruit type of revenue that can be harvested very quickly by the newly elected president. Let me, at this point, try to explain the extremely important reason for why it is crucial to sustain a strong and stable national oil company. First of all, in the short or medium term, our government can work out mutual confidence-building arrangements with our Asean brothers, and perhaps even including China and eventually the US and other countries in the region. This move would hopefully encourage trust among the parties, leading to joint operation agreements. Ideally, of course, the PNOC would be at the helm of such efforts. And for restoring the PNOC's strength, Malampaya is decidedly a major test case. Perhaps many of us fail to understand that by conventional definition, a national oil company usually holds a major share or control of the petroleum reserve in its home country. This is by design, because government access to fuel is a key factor in a country's national defense and security. From that national security perspective, for example, how can a country operate its tanks, warships, or fighter jets without a guaranteed supply of fuel? Again, it is a strong national oil company that carries the flag. so to speak, and stands for a country's secured resources that define it as a formidable entity that is not easily cowed. Case in point, China treats Malaysia, Indonesia, and even Vietnam better than it treats the Philippines when it comes to conflicted offshore areas. Now, why is that, you think? Our troubles with China in the West Philippine Sea is very telling of its attitude towards our serious lack of strength, which brings us back to how the Malampaya case is being watched closely by all to see if we will finally take advantage of this trump card. For those of our viewers and listeners who are still unaware of the issues surrounding Malampaya, let me briefly summarize it by saying that very recently, in a series of illegal and openly detrimental moves, the DOE Undersecretary Cusi allowed the sale of Chevron's 45% participating interest in the Malampaya gas field contract to the financially and technically inadequate Udena company owned by presidential crony Dennis Uy, who is now enjoying the riches of Malampaya to the tune of at least 50 million pesos a day, revenue which belongs to the Filipino people and which our government is legally entitled to use in aid of the masses of our poor. This is the all-important decision that faces incoming President Bongbong Marcos Jr. Former President Ferdinand Marcos Sr., his father, created the law protecting our resources under Presidential Decree 87, which subsequently led to the discovery and development of the largest deep-water gas field in the South China Sea, and which the current administration actually violated by giving Malampaya away. However, we judge the Marcos legacy. It behooves his son to take this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to seek redress for the tragedies that many see as having described the martial law years. President-elect Marcos Jr. must act assertively to get back what belongs to the Filipino people. Chevron violated Presidential Decree 87 and the terms of the service contract when the 45% participating interest of Chevron, the seller, was transferred to Udena, the buyer, without government's prior approval. President Marcos Jr. needs to get it back surely for the sake of the masses of our people he has vowed to uplift, but also for his own sake, for the legacy he will leave, and for the sake of his family's honor that he claims has been unfairly tainted. Prove to us that you are man alone, a man capable of reclaiming one of the best things your father ever did for our country. Get Malampaya back. In closing, my friends, let me call this call together. Let us watch and watch closely. Scrutinize, in fact, dissect the merits of Marcos Jr.'s initial moves, his appointments to power, particularly in the energy sector. Will he bring people in who have the experience it will take to rebuild the disgraced Department of Energy and strengthen the PNOC to equal its peers in the Asean region? Will he regain the ownership of our precious Malampaya that is the major source of our wealth as a people? And will he determinedly reinvent the PNOC to become the premier oil company it was originally designed to be? Can President-elect Marcos Jr. make our country great again, as he said he would? All of this can happen if and only if President Marcos Jr. truly understands the import of his father's legacy of protection for our most valuable resources. What is the potential impact, therefore, of BBM's administration on our security energy? The answer is a possible restoration of the wealth of our natural resources and the rising of our beacon for energy security, a new and reinvented Philippine national company that will be well-financed and trained to finally get a real chance to explore, discover, and produce our petroleum resources in the West Philippine Sea. Give us Malampaya back. And as they say in Filipino, abangan, bantayan. Maraming salamat po.
Wow.
Maraming salamat po, Yusek Manala.
That's very powerful, Yusek Manala.
And powerful presentation. And mga
Yeah,
kababayan have heard.
Salamat din.
Maraming salamat.
Yusek Manala, you certainly said a lot of great things and kind words to the Marcos Sr., the father of our elected president today. So I hope our new president is listening to you and would be able to have the chance to even listen to our webinar here, considering that you have made some great advice to the incoming president. So hopefully,
yes,
this will reach him.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. It's, as I've said, it's a very low-hanging fruit, to pick immediately. He can do it if he wants to immediately after sitting to be president. So I hope he listens. I hope he heard us, and for the sake of the Filipino people, he should really do it.
I agree. Thank you so much, Yusek, and the Engineer Rad for the sabi nga ni Yusek, abangan, bantayan. The future is uncertain, kaya kailangan abangan at bantayan. Thank you very, very much po. Engineer Rad, would you like to introduce our next speaker?
Yes, thank you, Sir Pons. So for the interest of time, I really have so many things to ask Yusek Manala here, but I think we can relegate on that later on. So the next resource person and a great speaker, we have somebody who is a great lecturer in regards to the ASEAN and the South China Sea Code of Conduct negotiation. And he is an international lecturer at the University of Indonesia. His research focuses in, excuse me.
And I think you're thinking of somebody else, actually.
His research focuses in the law of the sea and maritime
No.
security in.
No.
Hello, Engineer Rad.
You're introducing
Hello.
somebody else. No.
Hello, Engineer Rad. I would like to take the honor of introducing our next guest
Go ahead,
speaker.
please.
Thank you, Engineer Rad.
Sorry about that.
Yes.
I wish I did have
about
that expertise.
Dr. Campbell. I'm very sorry about that. Thank
That's
you.
okay. I wish I did have that expertise. That would
Thanks a lot.
be in.
Okay, go
would be an
ahead,
addition.
Jay Martin.
Hello. Hi.
Go ahead,
Hello,
Jay
everybody.
Martin.
Thank you so much, Engineer Rad from San Francisco. Once again, I'm Jay Martin from the National Youth Movement for West Philippine Sea Guam chapter, and I'm now introducing to you our speaker. He Professor of Politics and International Relations at Troy University's and teaches East Asian politics, international political economy, comparative politics, U.S. foreign and international security. Previously taught at Kansai Gaidai University, Miyazaki International College, Tohoku University, Kyunghee University, and Chong'an University. He has a strong understanding of Japanese, Korean, and economy, special and technology policy. His assertion focused on the development of Korea's S&T policy, has written various articles and conference papers on related topics. He specializes in comparative and political economy analysis, industrial and science and technology analysis, and Asian networking. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a round of applause, Dr. Joel Campbell.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that. Oh, there's the PowerPoint. Thank thank you very much for that very interesting introduction. I don't know if I deserve all of that, but it sounds great. I'd like to meet that person. But, anyway, thank you very much to Celia for inviting me to this conference. I'm really appreciate participating in the chance to do this and meeting all of you, and the presentations have all been fascinating. I think this conference does is one thing that I've been advocating for a long time, that conferences should take a position on it, particularly the state of the world. And one conference that I go to is called this, our world can't be biased, we can't take a position on it. Why are we in business if we can't actually make it better in the country to get a position on the base? Japanese way of thinking, the two seas are very much linked together. Thank you. You anticipated me. So the East China Sea and the South China Sea obviously are the two most important bodies of water for the region in general. Much of world trade goes through them. They are strategically important for both Japan and China, as well as the countries of Asean, what we call the littoral states that are on the sides of the South China Sea. The East China Sea, of course, is Japan's backyard, but it's also China's front porch, so to speak. So the East China Sea is very, very important for both of them, and they both stake out very clear claims there. It's very different in a way than the South China Sea, where you have China just sort of barging in and taking over all these islands. They can't really do that in the East China Sea because they run right up against another major power, Japan, and its key ally, the United States, which right here in Okinawa, the bulk of American forces in Japan are based right here. So the Senkaku Islands, which the Chinese call the Diaoyu Islands, in Taiwan they call it Diaoyu Dafan. But the Senkaku Islands is a very interesting case, and it's really the epicenter of everything that's considered. You can see it right here. I don't know if my pointer works. Are you seeing that? Anyway, down here at the bottom of the map. It's a very interesting case of a territorial dispute where China bases their historical claim on the fact that they controlled the area for centuries, as China was the most important country in the region for 2,000 years. And therefore, they should control it. The problem is they don't really have much to back that up because they never really exerted a control in the area. They never constructed any buildings there. They never sent any military forces there in that whole 2,000-year period because it didn't matter to them. Those islands didn't make much difference. The Japanese claim is based on the legal concept of terra nullius, which is a Latin term meaning sort of empty land or vacant territory. And simply because it was vacant, they could just move in and take it, which is what they did in the late 19th century, as Japan was the rising power in Asia. So these are two fundamentally different ways of looking at things, and that's why they haven't been able to resolve that. One of my colleagues, Reinhard Drifte, who is a German professor working at British universities, he, in a very influential article a few years ago, said that the issue had been largely shelved by sort of tacit agreement when Japan normalized relations with China in 1972, and then when they reached a treaty of peace and friendship with China in 1978. Both sides have sort of denied that since then, especially the Japanese, saying the issue was never really shelved. But it effectively was for a long time. Then the issue came back as China became a more assertive power in the 90s. So the issue has become particularly raw since there was a major dispute in 2012 where the Chinese government was very upset that the Japanese government had decided to buy the islands. Basically, they were, from the time the country took over the islands in the 1890s up to that time, it had been private ownership of the islands. Now the government was taking over. The Chinese, understandably, was very upset, and they began to press their territorial claim there. This continued standoff, which has not been resolved, there's a continuing risk of miscalculation and mistakes. And that's the great fear, that somebody, particularly at a low level, might do something dangerous, like shoot at another ship or something like that. And then it could boil over into a major international crisis, particularly if the United States would get involved in it, since US forces are nearby. So the United States, for its interest, doesn't want to get dragged into this issue, and particularly doesn't want to fight a war over these islands. But at the same time, the United States basically supports Japan's claim to these islands. And so anyway, it's important to keep that in mind, that that is just the beginning. Then there are also resource issues, the assertion of air defense identification zones, the demarcation of the commercial lines within the area. It's very complicated. See, and neither of them can reach an agreement. And that's why the East China Sea will remain contentious. They just haven't been able to reach a modus vivendi for moving forward. And next slide, please. Okay, so what are Japan's strategic interests in East Asia? Obviously centered on the East China Sea. Well, it's the kind of interest that any major power would have, particularly a major power in this region. It's the control of the homeland islands. Obviously, Japan, being an island country, wants to retain its sovereignty and has been fairly successful at doing that, considering the fact that there were only small parts of the Japanese homelands that were snipped away from them at the end of World War II, but then they regained the Ryukyu Islands in 1972. Preservation of the sovereignty of their country, their freedom of action, their ability to do things, and they want to maintain the US alliance, because they think that keeping this strong alliance with the United States is one of the greatest guarantees of their security. They want to counter their threats to the north, from continuing threats that they see from Russia, and then on the Korean Peninsula, and then more recently countering China, and therefore the alliances with India and Australia, as well as the United States, which of course then forms the Quad. And of course, the pictured here is Prime Minister Abe on the right, meeting with Prime Minister Modi of India. Recovery of the territories lost in World War II, they got back their Ryukyu Islands, as I said, but they haven't been able to get the so-called northern territories, which Russia controls, the area, the islands north of Hokkaido, which Japan still claims. They want to have, because they are a trading nation, a premier trading nation, they want to have access to the sea lanes for trade, resources, and oil and gas. They also very much from the beginning, after World War II, they considered themselves to be a sort of a leader of Asia, and they particularly wanted to promote their relationship with Southeast Asia. Some of the other speakers talked specifically about the relationship with the Philippines. And since that time, since the 1950s in particular, they've been trying to develop commercial relations and been very successful at that, key markets, and creating a production base for many key Japanese products in Southeast Asia, especially the automobile industry, which is centered in Bangkok, but they source parts from various other Southeast Asian countries. I was amazed when I traveled in Southeast Asia, how most of the cars in the countries I went to were Japanese cars, and most of those were Toyotas. So they really dominate that industry, among other industries such as the electronics industry. And then they see themselves finally as a leader of other Asian states. Prime Minister after Prime Minister has stated that Japan sees itself as the natural leader of Asia and wants to assert that. That naturally runs up against China's similar aim for it to become the leader of Asia. Okay, next slide, please. Underlying all this, though, is a fear of a rising China, and where the national interests are things that the elite talk about in Japan. The fear of rising China is a more visceral, public, popular fear, okay? Because the Japanese people see this all the time played up in the news media. So this year, 2022, it's 50 years of normalized relations between China and Japan. Now, there were very early hopes of very good relations that the two countries would naturally benefit from this. And for a time, that seemed to be working during the 70s and 80s. But over time, the interests of the two countries diverged, okay? The elite fear China as a strategic rival, and there's great resentment against Chinese demands within the region. The popular fear is that China will basically take over, and their particular fear centered on Chinese people, often Chinese people who come to Japan as students or part-time workers or whatever. And so a lot of these sensational reports in Japanese media about Japanese crimes against ordinary Japanese people, Chinese crimes against ordinary people. There's also a popular resentment against anti-Japanese sentiment in China and periodic attacks on Japanese businesses. At the same time, most people, despite some qualms, do expect the US alliance to continue, and there is general support for the idea of the Quad because they see it as a natural way for Japan to work with other countries to try to hem in China, to contain China. Even though that's not explicitly stated, that's the aim of it, of the Quad, of course. Okay, next slide, please. So China's interests and concerns in the South China Sea, first of all, it's a kind of generalized regional concern about trade, sea lanes, control of oil and gas, opposition to Chinese territorial assertion in the area, fear at the same time of getting dragged into a conflict that they're not directly involved in. So they want to balance that, keeping the region open, but not getting dragged into a conflict. They want to protect their commercial and military shipping interests and the Asian sea lanes, which are so important to them. They also want to try to stiffen the backbone of the Southeast Asian countries so that they will oppose the efforts of China in the region. So they've been generally supportive of that. They're trying to send a general signal to China that peaceful resolution of international disputes should be the way to go. You don't just run in there and start constructing military bases in the South China Sea. At the same time, the Japanese companies involved in oil and gas exploration have had various ventures within the so-called 9-dash line that China created, which incorporates almost the entire South China Sea. They're also very concerned about the Chinese creation of dependence among littoral countries, especially within the Philippines, but also within countries like Thailand, Cambodia, and then softening of resolve in countries like Malaysia and Indonesia. So those are some of the interests that Japan has in South China Sea. Next slide, please. Okay, then the East China Sea. Now, to be frank with you, of these two seas, obviously the East China Sea is more important to Japan. First of all, it's the so-called first island chain, which is a term that comes more from China than from Japan, but it's the idea of this is part of Japan, and Japan sees the Ryukyu Islands, especially Okinawa Prefecture, which is all the islands south of the Amami Islands, all the way down to almost Taiwan, as an integral part of Japan, and it has been an integral part of Japan since the 1870s. The Senkaku Islands is part of Okinawa Prefecture. Even though there are rival claims by China, Taiwan, and Japan, they say it belongs to us, it has always belonged to us, end of story. The Senkaku Islands here are depicted on the bottom right. There's also the issue of the air identification, which China has aggressively moved forward to incorporate much of the East China Sea, and has forced the international airlines to identify themselves when they fly through that area. There's also, from the Chinese side, the access to the Pacific Ocean. Every time the Chinese naval ships transit the area, which they have the right to do, but it causes concern, as well as the intrusion of Chinese aircraft into the region. It causes scrambling of Japanese either naval or air forces. And then for Japan's side, there's also in the South China Sea, maybe the fear of getting dragged into a conflict. In the East China Sea, there's the fear of abandonment, that the United States won't be there if the major struggle happens in the East China Sea. So there's always, in alliances, always those two things you have to balance: the fear of getting dragged into war, the fear of abandonment. By the way, this ship depicted here is Japan's biggest effort to improve its military operations in the area, which is the Izumo, which is in effect an aircraft carrier, but it's billed as a helicopter carrier. So they avoid the idea of it actually being a real aircraft carrier, but jump jets typically land on it. So it is in effect an aircraft carrier. Again, next slide, please. So Japan has reoriented its defense strategy from the Cold War focus, which was a northern strategy, which was aimed primarily at the Soviet Union, countering the possibility of an attack on Hokkaido, or a lightning attack down south to Tohoku or the other parts of northern Japan. So it's a more southern strategy now, and the bulk of Japanese forces have moved to the south and the west. In Japan, they use the term Western Japan to refer to everything south of Tokyo, because the islands sort of bend to the southwest. Now the main focuses are China, the East China Sea, and North Korea. At the same time, the focus of patrols in the area has shifted from the Coast Guard, which did it before, to now the Maritime Self-Defense Force. And this is important because it's in fact militarizing something that the Japanese never really intended to militarize in the past. But ironically, the Coast Guard are more aggressive in handling foreign threats than the military. Since the Self-Defense Force was founded in the 1950s, it has not fired one shot in anger, ever. not once in almost 70 years. Whereas the Coast Guard, the Japanese Coast Guard, is very aggressive, and they have had numerous clashes with Chinese boats, North Korean boats, and so forth. And there have been casualties on both sides. Everything. So what this will this mean actually a softer approach with the military taking over? Because you can't really call it a military, but anyway. So there's also stepped up patrolling by the Air Self-Defense Force as well, and increased joint exercises with the United States, which includes some exercises down in the South China Sea, and then the deployment of the Izumo, which I mentioned before. And I think we have one or two more slides. Next slide, please. So yeah, the last slide then is Japan has also adopted a new doctrine, which is the idea of collective defense. Now, collective defense in international relations theory means basically a bunch of countries banding together to defend themselves from an outside threat, which classically is like the case of NATO in Europe, which one British diplomat joked that the purposes of NATO were to keep America in, Russia out, and Germany down. And those three goals were accomplished fairly effectively throughout the Cold War. Then after the Cold War is over, then NATO has to seek a new role, and that's why it moves eastward. But anyway, collective defense is a little more amorphous and ill-defined in East Asia. But a key aim of the Abe government was to try to work with the United States using this idea of collective defense to counter both China and North Korea. So it was an effort really to get, as much as anything, not just to get Japan to work to commit itself to military action if a threat actually happened, but also to get the United States to commit to be there with Japan at the same time. So this collective defense idea, which there was a lot of struggle within the Japanese cabinet and the Japanese government for several years before the Abe government adopted this idea, but now it's become a basic cornerstone of the alliance with the United States. But at the same time, within the elite, there's still these continuing fears of both abandonment or getting dragged into US wars. But it's also linked to a broader nationalist goal. Remember, Abe and his wing of the Liberal Democratic Party in Japan, their goal has been to completely reorient Japan to become what is called a normal nation that has a military, that's called a military, that can intervene in other countries, that can deploy forces abroad, and do all the things that other countries do. But first, they want to revise Article 9 of their constitution, which was written after World War II, when they were a defeated country, written by the Americans. But because both parties supported it, both major parties, the Liberal Democratic Party and the Socialist Party, supported the Article 9 during the Cold War, it was never revised. And even though the Socialist Party is essentially dead now, the successor parties have continued to support the idea that Article 9 ought to be there as a way of hemming in the nationalists. Okay, but Abe and the other nationalists who have in effect taken over the Liberal Democratic Party have made this an important goal. But all that time, Abe was in power for 8 years and he was never able to move the ball on this, was never able to get the country actually to change Article 9 of the Constitution to make things different. So will they be able to do that in the future? Because what that will do is, in effect, it'll allow them to not refer to their military as not being a military, like calling it the self-defense force. Now it'll become the Japanese Army, the Japanese Navy, and it will thus have the ability to intervene in disputes abroad and to deploy forces abroad. It'll be a big change. So Abe's national agenda, you know, beyond this idea of creating a normal country, or what he called a beautiful country, his term beautiful country was just a country that was proud of itself and could be patriotic and didn't have to cower and apologize all the time and so forth. And they also want to alter the education system to promote patriotic education and all of that. I think most Japanese people are still wary of doing that. And I think that's one of the big reasons they haven't been able to accomplish that nationalist goal yet. But that's the ultimate aim of the Liberal Democratic Party. Now, what's interesting in the last couple of elections, and we'll see they're having an election for the upper house this summer, but the last couple of elections, the support for the Liberal Democratic Party has softened as the opposition parties, which had been devastated by the first couple of elections in the Abe era. If that support for the Liberal Democratic Party continues to weaken, does that mean then that they will be less able to accomplish this nationalist goal than they have been in the past? So those are some of the questions that are hanging over Japan as Japan becomes more involved in both the East China Sea and the South China Sea. Okay, thank you very much. And back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Dr. Joel Campbell. Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. How about a big hand for Dr. Joel Campbell on behalf of the National Youth Movement for West Philippine Sea, Guam, and the whole world. Thank you so very much.
Okay, arigato.
And
okay.
thank you. Domo, maraming salamat po. Domo arigato.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Campbell.
Yeah,
We'd like to
thank
hand
you
it over
again.
now. I'll turn you over now to Engineer Rad Abrientos from San Francisco.
Yes, we have the new guest right now. We have his international lecturer in international law and the law of the sea, a faculty member of the University of Indonesia in Jakarta, Indonesia. And of course, he is also his research actually focuses in the law of the sea and maritime security in Southeast Asia, with particular focus in the South China Sea dispute. And he has been involved as a consultant to the Center of Humanitarian Dialogue on the South China Sea Code of Conduct Study Group. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Aristio Darmawan. Thank you so much.
So much, Engineer Rad. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to, unfortunately, because of his a conflict of his meeting, Mr. Aristo Darmawan won't be able to be with us live, but he sent his video presentation for all of us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Celia.
Thank you, Engineer Rat.
Maybe
All right,
we
so
have to
good
move on to
morning,
the next
everyone.
speaker.
My name is Aristio Darmawan. I'm a lecturer in international law at Universitas Indonesia. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer, the National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea, for consistently organizing this event on the updates on the South China Sea dispute. I think this is the one of the best events to know the updates of the South China Sea dispute. I also want to thank Dr. Lamkin for persistently organizing each and every details of the webinar. I very much appreciate it. So today we will be discussing a lot of issues about the impacts of the recent elections in the Philippines to the South China Sea dispute. Of course, I won't be talking much about the implication of the recent elections since I'm not the expert in the Philippines, and I believe most of you here understand better about the implications of the elections to the South China Sea dispute. But in the next 10 minutes, I think I would like to rather exploring several ideas that I can offer in order to maintain the peace and security in the South China Sea going forward. So the first one is, I think, when we talk about the South China Sea, it's very much a legal dispute. And of course, there's a legal mechanisms to solve the South China Sea. In 2016, of course, Philippines, with the Philippines leaderships, brought a case to the international arbitrations in regards to the South China Sea. The two important questions answered by the tribunal is that the first is the illegal, the 9-dash line, it's illegal under international law, and therefore it doesn't have any legal basis under the United Nations Conventions on the Law of the Sea. And then the second one is the status of the features in the South China Sea. The tribunals argue that it's not an island under international law, therefore is not entitled to any maritime zones, including the exclusive economic zone. So the tribunals, I think it's very much important in reiterating the status under international law. However, I think we all knew that the China doesn't really recognize and uphold the tribunal's ruling. But the legal mechanisms is actually still there. There's still possibilities for any countries, any claimant in the South China Sea to bring other dispute mechanisms to the international tribunal. So it still opens. However, I think the effectiveness, it's really questionable because looking back to the 2016 tribunals, China, of course, doesn't really uphold and respect the tribunals, even though they're indeed under international. There's mechanisms in bringing the case, the arbitrations ruling to the, for example, the Security Councils. But of course, with the political mechanisms that China have, the right of veto, it won't be enforced effectively. So even though that the possibilities to bring a legal case to the International Court of Justice or the other international judicial mechanisms, the effectiveness is still be questionable. But so that is going to be the first mechanism. The second mechanism is also possible for the South China Sea claimants to discuss bilaterally or agreed upon an agreement bilaterally with China upon its borders or in its disputed area in the South China Sea. Of course, I think this is also going to be a challenge if they want to discuss bilaterally because of several issues. The first is because of the disparity of influence and power. I think China will likely to dominate the conversations, but also the benefits is that it might be more flexible. Of course, if we talk about ASEAN states as a whole, in negotiating an agreement with China in this regard to the code of conduct, it might be more complex considering the different positions of each ASEAN member and also the inflexibility of the negotiation. So I think bilateral agreements is also become an option between ASEAN claimants and China. But of course, there is a lot of weaknesses to create a bilateral agreement with Beijing. The third is there's also a possibilities, for examples, to make a code of conduct, so to speak, only between ASEAN claimants in the South China Sea. Of course, we all knew that the South China Sea Code of Conduct negotiation has been going on. Some people argue that it won't be effective or it's going to be a success. And other ideas, of course, is what about in creating a code of conduct solely between ASEAN claimant in the South China Sea? Certainly, it's possible under international law. It might serve under the Article 73 and 84 of the United Nations Conventions on the Law of the Sea, some sort of like a provisional arrangement in the disputed area. So it's good in a sense that it can make sure and uphold the solid positions of ASEAN claimant. However, the big questions though is the whether or not it's going to be effective and it's going to be the solutions, because if we talk about the South China Sea in the last few years, really the dispute or the elephant in the room is China, right? There has been a lot of assertions, provocations is actually done by the Chinese Coast Guard or Chinese Navy. So really the challenge of maritime security or and provocation and assertions in South China Sea, it's mainly come from Beijing. So the weakness is that even though it might solid the ASEAN positions, but it won't really answer the biggest questions on China. So even though it's possible and it's good to maintain a solid positions between ASEAN states, but it won't really address the core problems in the South China Sea. And lastly, of course, the mechanisms which I think it's more possible and I think it should be supported, including by the new Philippines government, is the ASEAN-China Code of Conduct negotiations. The conduct of negotiations that has been running for years. I think after the pandemic, it's going to be continued, and I think it's the best way to really maintain peaceful and security in the South China Sea with a lot of arguments. One reason I think why the South China Sea Code of Conduct up until now, it's still the best way, of course, is it's both ASEAN or all ASEAN claimants and China have their interest in order to have the code of conduct. Of course, the ASEAN states have the interest to make sure that peaceful and security here in the South China Sea. And on the other hand, China, I think, is also have the interest in order to maintain the disputes only between China and ASEAN and to really avoid the involvement of the third major powers such as the US or Europe, which in the last several years has been increasing. So I think with the China interest in having the code of conduct, I think it's more possible in the next few years to have the code of conduct concluded. But the next challenge is ASEAN and China have to make sure that the code of conduct will oblige with international law. And that is, I think, the most important part of having a code of conduct. There's really no point in having a code of conduct that is not comply with international law. So the most important thing is that all elements that being negotiated or concluded in a code of conduct should be aligned with international law. For examples, starting in the very basic questions on where the code of conduct will be applied. So it has to be applied in maritime zones that actually not prohibit under the UNCLOS. For example, the maximum of 200 nautical miles exclusive economic zone. So the overlapping exclusive economic zones that is should be gathered regulated under the code of conduct. And the code of conduct, of course, should not be implemented in the area, for example, that is illegal under international law. For example, in the 9-dash lines that Beijing proposed. So I think it's still the negotiation is still going on, and it will be resumed in the next few years, I think. And of course, one of the best solutions in maintaining peace and security in the South China Sea is going to be the code of conduct. Therefore, I think it's in the interest of all Southeast Asian countries, including the new Philippine government, to make sure that the ASEAN and China will continue the negotiation of code of conduct and will have the best code of conduct as possible to regulate and to avoid any tension and escalations. So even though, as I present in the presentation, there are several mechanisms that ASEAN countries can take or can enforce in the South China Sea, But I think the possible and I think the best resolutions in order to dealing with the South China Sea dispute and to avoid any tension and escalations is really the South China Sea Code of Conduct. So I think this is going to be the end of my presentations. Thank you very much for your attentions, and we're looking forward to have a more fruitful discussions and open conversations about the South China Sea dispute. I thank you very much.
Very much, Mr. Aristo Darmawan, and he is hoping for our next event he would be able to join us live. So, and thanks a lot again for that excellent presentation, Mr. Darmawan, about the ASEAN and South China Sea on the Code of Conduct negotiations. I think that's very important, especially with this incoming, the presumptive administration under President-elect Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. Thank you. All right, Sir Fons.
Thank you po, Doctor, and thank you, Engineer Rad, and of course, thank you to Mr. Darmawan for his excellent presentation, and we appreciate the gesture. Even though he was not able to be with us live, he sent us his message. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce my very good friend who is appearing for the first time live on the National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea. She is our newest member, and she is also the current chairman on the Committee of Creative Designs. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Mariel Malate to introduce our next guest. Elle, please take it away.
And didn't you hear?
Excuse me? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My microphone was not on. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like now to introduce my very good friend who is appearing for the very first time on the National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea. She is our newest member, and she is also the chairman on the Committee on Creative Designs. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Mariel Malate. Elle, please take it away.
Thank you for sharing your great expertise, Professor Darmawan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Dr. Abhinav Panja, PhD, China's salami slicing tactics on the India-China border, and lessons about its operations in the West Philippine Sea. A Cornell University graduate in public affairs, is a policy analyst specializing in counterterrorism, Indian foreign policy, and Afghanistan-Pakistan geopolitics. He writes for several distinguished international organizations. His work has become a centerpiece of the International Counterterrorism Center at The Hague. He worked as an advisor to the former governor of Jammu and Kashmir on security issues. He also worked with the International Labour Organization in UN. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Abhinav Panja, PhD.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to thank Dr. Celia for inviting me, and it's really an honor and a pleasure to be here on this platform with the eminent speakers. So thanks for inviting. In my presentation, I'm just going to focus on the China's salami slicing tactics, especially on the Himalayan border, because India has been the victim of these tactics for about last 50 years, and how the same playbook is being repeated in the South China Sea. So maybe perhaps we can draw some lessons out here. So in India's case, when we think about salami slicing, I personally think that we are dealing with an entirely different philosophy in the international relations. Most of the time, when we try to analyze Chinese behavior or even China's activities in the geopolitical domain, we are trying to think through a lens, a prism, which is dominated by the Western political or IR theories, in which most of our scholars have been trained. And precisely speaking, This is the reason, I mean, at least in our Indian case, I can say that no, a large part of our diplomacy and our academia failed to understand the Chinese motivations because of their inability, or I mean, not they could not understand the Chinese mindset. I mean, because they were dealing with a completely different theoretical perspective in international relations. That's the Chinese perspective. Okay. And when we talk about this, we must not forget that it's a civilization with more than 5,000 years old history. So certainly, they have also evolved their own theoretical perspectives, models, and frameworks to deal with geopolitical situations, wars, aggressions, international relations. So sometimes we have to come out of the international relations frameworks, which is given by the Western institutions and scholars, to understand the Chinese belief. Now, beginning with that, salami slicing, literally it means nibbling away something. So it's a very psychologically loaded idea to strike at something, build very slowly and slowly, which doesn't invite any major attention. And after a certain period of time, the cumulative impact, the larger impact, it's such big, it's huge in the favor of China, that it leads to the overall strategic transformation in China's sphere. So that's the overall impact. And when we see China, there's this concept called Li concept, in which Chinese basically they try to control the periphery through the center controls the periphery, and mainly through economic, trade, and cultural relations. Okay. And then further expansion of the Li concept is a Go concept, which is mostly dealing with the Chinese military adventures. So the idea behind the Go concept is that the slowly build up to inflict progressive losses on the enemy side, on the adversary. So it says that go slow, take less risks, but take incremental steps. Okay. Oh, these two concepts are primarily rooted in Sun Tzu's dictum that you have to win the war without fighting. So whatever has to be done to win the war without fighting has to be employed. So that gives us an idea about what salami slicing philosophically entails. It entails a very comprehensive and a very wide doctrine to secure the strategic interest of a country, right? Without, purely influencing the enemy, the adversary side, and without inviting any damage to the Chinese side. Now, when I compare this with the Western world, I must say you can find that there are stark differences. Chinese would never do what Americans did in Afghanistan or in Iraq, or some sort of a very brutal, direct military intervention, which ultimately ended up harming them. Like the American operations in Afghanistan, for 20 years, they fought this global war on terror. Ultimately, Pakistan was taking money from Americans and using that money to sustain, to nourish Taliban, to nourish Al-Qaeda and various other Islamist proxies in Afghanistan who were killing the American soldiers. After 20 years of spending billions and trillions of dollars, and losing your soldiers in the casualties, and also a huge amount of weaponry, Americans were at they were back to square one. They had nothing to gain. Taliban came to power and they had to withdraw. Chinese would never make that kind of investment. They would never do that. They would never put their boots on the ground. So what they did, they created conditions through a proxy, which is Pakistan, okay, and various other proxy groups, the terror groups. And they were slowly and slowly, damaging Americans. The attrition was, getting higher and higher with the passage of time, which not only damaged Americans in terms of, men and money, but the most important part of the damage was on their morale and the credibility. So the way Americans withdrew from Afghanistan, and the government supported by them was left to fend for themselves, hugely damaged the American credibility across the world. So that's how the Chinese operate. So here we see that the salami slicing is a very, very wide and a comprehensive concept, which I'll discuss them later in this presentation. But let me begin with what they have done on the Indian side. Okay. So on the Indian side, especially over the last 50 years or 70 odd years, India has been facing this Chinese aggression. And though the government is communist, but they have heavily borrowed from their ancient Oriental wisdom. Like in the beginning, 1949, they said that so these territories like Nepal, Bhutan, Tibet, they are the five limbs of Tibet. So technically speaking, they were saying that since Nepal, Bhutan, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, if these areas currently under India's possession, except Nepal, okay, Bhutan is India's protectorate, Sikkim is a part of India, Arunachal Pradesh is a part of India. So they were laying claim to these territories which were under the Indian control, under the Indian administration, by saying that these territories were the tributaries of the Tibetan Empire, and Tibetan Empire was the part of the Qing dynasty. So technically and historically, it belongs to us. Initially, it began with that claim, and then stopped. Okay, fine. So if someone makes a claim that okay, well, that this territory in your country belongs to me, okay, I will be agitated. Okay? But then if the other fellow takes a step back, okay, because he's see, I'll be agitated, but I won't escalate it beyond a certain level, because the other fellow has just made a verbal claim. In the next step, that the other entity, Chinese in this case, they would make a mild aggression in the Indian territory, or a small military adventure in the Indian territory, which would be strong enough or big enough to agitate me, to just make some hue and cry, to alarm me, but it won't be strong enough for me. It won't be big enough for me to escalate into some kind of a full-fledged war. And to the larger global diplomatic community, it would seem like a minor, some kind of a military skirmish on the border. But then, yes, there is always a long-term, long end game in the mind of Chinese, that they have to do it slowly and slowly. So all that progressed very slowly. So that happened in the case of Arunachal, then it happened in the case of Ladakh, slowly and slowly. And parallel to that, Chinese were always engaging India. They did not completely cut off the relations. Like you see it in the case of India and Pakistan, there is an overt enmity, and Indians they clearly know that Pakistan wants to damage India. They want to explode bombs in different parts of India. In the case of China, it was never there. They were doing it in a very sophisticated way, reflective of the Oriental spiritual wisdom also, that you create illusions, you create smoke screens, that even if you kill someone, the process is so slow and so subtle that the other person doesn't get to know about it. So they were engaging India in various other domains, like Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, when he became India's prime minister, he started trade relationship with China. So from 1986, there was a big military clash in the Sumorchung area in the Arunachal region between India and China, in which Chinese suffered reverses. Even in 1967, before that, there was a major clash between India and China in Nathula region, in which Chinese suffered major losses with their 400 soldiers dead. But despite these military confrontations and this bitterness, Chinese never allowed this bitterness to stop engaging engaging with India in the other domains. So they started engaging India in the trade and in the pilgrimage, because one of the famous holy site of for the Hindus, the Kailash Mansarovar, that lies in Chinese territory. So some kind of a confidence building measure started between India and China during Mr. Rajiv Gandhi's reign. And then trade relations started, and even the pilgrimages started. And they decided, both the countries decided that let's keep the boundary dispute on the margins and engage on the trade. And Indians were always believing that trade can resolve this dispute. Trade will make the boundaries irrelevant. Now, this dictum, this belief of Indian came because it happened. It was in the minds of the Indian diplomats and Indian academic strategic thinkers, because they were all trained in the Western IR theories. For the Chinese, it was a deliberate strategy to keep the boundary undefined, so that as and when, with the passage of time, if they become more and more powerful, their capability to make military advances in the military incursions in the Indian territory increases. And if they do that, India will not be able to resist. So that was the purpose for keeping the area deliberately undefined. That's what they did. And after 20 odd years, first in 2013, when China launched BRI, Indians were a little uncomfortable, but still they did not realize that, well, even now the Chinese have those big boundary ambitions vis-a-vis India. But in 2017, when the China did Doklam intervention, then Indians were alarmed that yes, there is some problem. But even after that, when Chinese came back to talks and they said that no, sorry, we still want peace. So verbally, they will always proclaim that yes, we want peace, we want to continue trade, we want to keep this engagement. This is just a minor boundary dispute. It can be solved through negotiations, talks. Okay? And after the talks, they will retreat a bit. So they would occupy 10 miles and go back 5 miles. So ultimately, they would end up with 5 miles. So that was the strategy for the last 70 odd years. So if you keep doing this 10-mile, 5-mile exercise for 70 years, imagine the amount of territory you end up after 50 years, 70 years. And they would undercut the deterrence power of the adversary. In India's case, they did it in a very smart way. They empowered Pakistan. Pakistan was already funding a proxy Islamist insurgency in Kashmir, and Pakistan created a very sophisticated network of terrorist groups, separatist groups, charity groups, media, civil society, which were always targeting India, creating fabricated narratives of human rights violations, of killings, of eroding the democracy in the Kashmir, and they were all very paid sort of a mechanism, which, and India being a democracy has always been vulnerable to such accusations. All democracies are. I'm not just talking about India, because the main claim of democracy is about freedom of expression, securing the fundamental rights of the people. But and in that case, when the civil society organizations or the human rights groups make such claims, the democracies stand vulnerable. So that was equally applicable to India's case also, and that really hamstrung India, in giving the response. So the Kargil misadventure, which Pakistan took in 1990, the idea behind was that to cut India's communication from the Siachen region, which is close to the Karakoram highways, and that is close to the China's current BRI project. So the BRI was announced in 2013, and the planning was already there in 1999 when the Kargil misadventure took place. So the Chinese wanted to cut off India's communication lines with that entire region, the Ladakh Siachen region, and also the Shaksgam Valley area, because in that area, through salami slicing, Chinese had acquired Indian territory. So they wanted to secure those positions. Besides that, they would yes. So now coming to the other aspects of salami slicing. So salami slicing, at its core is a very strong, at its core is a fundamental international relations theory, that is to weaken the adversary through very slow and progressive moves, and that can encompass a wide area. Now, different areas which are encompassed in that are, so first is to soft and hard power diplomacy, coercive diplomacy, cartographic changes, you bringing some historical map and laying a claim to a particular territory, well, that this belongs to us, like what they did in this 9-line area or in the Tibetan area, okay? And then making slowly occupying, especially if it's in the sea areas, occupying maritime features like Scarborough Shoal, Johnson Reef, and other maritime features by putting your maritime forces, or not even maritime proper naval forces, by deploying your paramilitary forces like the fisheries enforcement force or something like that. So if there's a skirmish, then or if the fisheries enforcement force is sinking a Filipino ship, it wouldn't raise much diplomatic hue and cry, because it would be projected as some kind of a dispute or some kind of a friction on the issue of a fisheries, or economic exclusive economic zone rights or something like that. Normally, people won't tend to see it as a major warlike situation between two powers. So that's a basic idea to create the illusion. Then, through population control measures, on the Indian side, what Chinese are doing is, especially in the Tibet area, they are bringing Han pastoralists and settling them in the border villages and making claims to that area. That, well, we have these farmers living in this area doing the farming for last 100 odd years, 200 odd years. So we have a claim to that area. And then after following the Han pastoralists, they would bring their army. They would start erecting checkposts. Then they would make some military deployments there, small tents, not big, some small military deployments. There will be small tents coming up. When the Indian forces would go, They would not engage in a military proper like gunfight and all. They would engage in a physical fight, like just you pushing me and the other fellow punching someone in the nose. Those kind of fights. That doesn't attract international intervention. Leave aside international, it doesn't attract even the national intervention, because if something of that sort, now people are taking it very seriously, but previously, if something of that sort like gets reported to Delhi, the capital, the people in the capital city, that yes, Chinese people came and they punched us in the nose, they would, people, the big diplomats or the higher national security chiefs, they would simply laugh it off. It is some kind of a kids conflict or something like that. It doesn't have a major geopolitical ramification. But no, the idea was to slowly convey a message. Now, since that dispute has already taken place, Chinese make a claim to that particular area, laying a small tent. In the next stage, they would escalate it to a higher level. And they would test the patience of the adversary, that when the adversary is reacting. If that adversary is not reacting, they would again escalate it to a higher level. If the adversary shows some kind of a stiff resistance, they would take a step back. But the philosophy, the basic long-term game of occupying and controlling that area doesn't vanish. It always stays. Like in the recent case of India, in Galwan clash, especially Galwan is an area in the Ladakh region. In May 2020, India had a major clash with the Chinese, in which it was not a proper, there was no exchange of firepower or the use of artillery. It was a very...
Professor, Dr. Panja, we will please conclude your talk.
Oh, sure.
We have another speaker. Thank you.
So just a moment, this last one. So what I wanted to say is that this whole salami slicing expands to the other areas also, like population control measures, cartographic aggression, educational initiatives. So here, what I understand from this is that, to counter this, it is essential to understand first what the doctrine is, and to counter through the Oriental strategies. Collective resistance is one area, and one area where the Chinese weakness lies is facing a proper army in a conventional war. So if one can develop that capability to give that kind of resistance and defense, then certainly it can act as a great bulwark against Chinese aggression. And India successfully experimented that in the recent clash, where India showed a tough posture and Chinese beat. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Panja. Thank you so much
very
for
much,
this
Dr.
very
Panja. Thank you.
engaging po and passionate speech. Thank you very much po. Thank you. Elle, would you like to do the honors to present our next speaker? Oh, and ladies and gentlemen, we are sorry for exceeding our time. Please stay tuned, because just a little later, we will be showing you an audio-visual presentation in which we will be, as my generation says, flex our heroes, defenders, kababayans in the West Philippine Sea. And then we will have our open forum, of course.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce our last speaker for this international conference. Dr. Pham Doi Thuc is a senior researcher at the East Sea Institute, the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. His research interests focus on international order, network analysis of international relations, a geostrategic shift in the Indo-Pacific, US Southeast Asia, China, Vietnam's foreign policy, trust and confidence building measures, and the South China Sea disputes. He has written extensively for the International Studies magazine, East Asia Forum, The Diplomat, and the like. Dr. Thuc also served as a researcher at the Institute for Foreign Policy and Strategic Studies. He had a posting as third secretary at the Embassy of the SR of Vietnam in the United Republic of Tanzania. Let us give a round of applause to Dr. Thuc Phan.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, Dr. Thuc.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Ms. Malay, for your kind and interesting introduction. Good morning, afternoon, evening, ladies and gentlemen. I have to change the time, as you say that the time limit. And first of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the National Youth Movement and particularly Dr. Celia Lamkin for having me today. And you know, I'm a researcher, so what I speak today, virtual conference or elsewhere, reflects my personal view. And well, you know that I have participated in several events hosted by the movement, and I feel very privileged and honored to be part of the efforts to raise the public awareness among the young generation in particularly, and in the international community in general, on the promoting peace, security, rule of law, and cooperation and prosperity in the South China Sea. And as you know, today I would like to speak a little bit about the rules-based international orders and roles of small and medium-sized countries. And I hope that this topic is relevant and useful to you, to this event as well. So I'm studying international relations, so I will focus more on the political aspect of the topic. You know, the rules-based order is related to the legal, but we have the legal expert here at our event, so I focus more on the political aspect. And there are 3 points I want to make in my remarks. Firstly, the rules-based international order is important issues in international relations. And the second, the rules-based international order is facing challenges now, as you see. And the third point I want to make is, despite the fact that the major powers are the main actors who shape the rules and norms of the international order, but the small and medium-sized countries still have roles to play in upholding the international rules-based order. And now let me clarify the first point, the importance of the rules-based international order. And you know, there are different concepts of rule-based international order. The debate about the rules-based international orders reflects the divergence between theory and practice, between nations or between groups of nations with different political regimes, systems, and strengths and interests. In the most common sense, laws are widely agreed and recognized a set of rules and norms govern relationships between nations. And the rules-based international orders reflects the shared commitments of nations to behave and interact in accordance with the agreed rules and norms and principles from, for example, from the United Nations Charter and international conventions and the likes. And the rules-based international orders is formed and developed on 4 main pillars. Firstly, the rules are accepted and applied among member states regardless of geographical location, levels of economic development, social and racial elements, etc. And secondly, these laws are supported and by a system of institutions operating in mutual interrelationship in the international economic, political security structures. And thirdly, laws and institutions have the potential to create peaceful and orderly system in which the risk of conflict is minimized. And fourthly, the legitimacy of the order to ensure long-term existence. 3 factors that ensure the sustainability of the orders is first, legitimacy, and second, equality, and the ability to innovate and adapt or reform to meet the evolving realities. And the ideal goal for rules-based international orders is to ensure, as far as possible, that the nations enjoy peaceful and prosperity together. That goals come from the not from the optimism, but from painful experience that we see in the world. For example, the 2 world wars, with flood, famines, and the pandemic, etc. And that goal demonstrates the desire for public good, for the common good, and operating relations between countries in a way that help bring security, stability, and prosperity to all, no matter how big, small, rich, or poor. And this can only happen when countries jointly adhere to the rules, agreed rules, norms, and principles that are embodied in international law, international conventions, and cooperation instruments. And that brings me to the second point, challenges. There are many challenges to the international rules-based order is facing now, but I would like to name some. First, the trend of multilaterality and democratization in international relations, changes in national strength and positions in the context of globalization and the scientific and technological revolution. All of these create impetus for several countries they want to gain bigger voice and role in the development of rules and norms in their favor. It's a selfish interest. And secondly, the emergence of the new areas and issues, many of which have become the main issue of competition, power and influence between major power, such as cyberspace, technology, global health, environment, protection, climate change, etc. And some countries, they feel that they need to update and add new rules and norms to the current system because they thought that these new areas operate with different knowledge actors, tools, methods, and form of competition. And thirdly, international law and international institutions, which are seen as the foundation of the rules-based international order, are being challenged by the return of power politics. You see, unilateral actions and coercion, use of force or threatening to use of force, inferring upon independent sovereignty, territorial integrity, interference in the internal affairs of countries, and the rise of populist movements, the increase of major power competition, etc. A lot of challenges like now facing the international rules-based order. And fourthly, an important aspect of power competition is competition for the role of rules making. Some the major powers have decisive influence on consolidating or undermining the legitimacy of the legal system. So the competition for influence between major powers has created many upheaval in the global order. And the international institutions are abused international cooperation in many ways, in many cases are paralyzed and increase divisions in the world system. So to overcome those challenges and promote the international rules-based order, besides the big power, they have roles to play because they shape and they shape the rules-based order and they can maintain the rules-based order. The small and medium-sized country also have roles to play. And I can give some facts here. The first one, small and medium sized countries consider the rules-based order, international order, as the basis to help them have a more equal position in relation with the big power and avoid being imposed or violated in their interests. And secondly, the role of small and medium-sized countries is an essential factor in ensuring the legitimacy of the rules-based international order. The consensus of these countries, the small and medium-sized countries, to promote the rules-based international order is the concept of the right is might, not might makes right. You know, right is might. And accordingly, the big power would not enjoy exemption from the compliance with the laws. It will the forceful, the collective power from the small and medium countries. So the big power has to hear, they have to listen to you. And thirdly, the small and medium-sized country can be a factor to ensure the universality and stability of this rules-based international order. And these countries do not have the superior strength, but they are prone to negotiate and cooperate in the area beyond their self-interest to ensure the stability of the international order. And fourthly, it is the interest of small and medium-sized countries to have international systems with stable institutions, high legitimacy, and predictable behavior by states. And fifthly, the participation of the large number of countries, especially small, medium-sized countries in rules setting, helps assuage the concerns about competition among major powers and the tendency to form a power-based order. And small and medium-sized countries are increasing player something like a central role in the system of regional and international institutions, especially sub-multilateral cooperation mechanisms. Some experts today has mentioned previously the role of ASEAN. That is, it has ability to make the rules of the game in the Indo-Pacific. It is the testament to how the small and medium-sized countries in Southeast Asia, when they combine, they gather together, they stick together to create a significant influence. And because the dominant power are susceptible to suspicion and reaction every time they propose or promote initiative in the region. So small and medium-sized country in the region, including ASEAN, has the conditions and opportunity to play a role in creating the law of the region in Southeast Asia and the Indo-Pacific. And sixthly, small and medium-sized countries also play an increasing important role in participating in developing rules for the emerging areas in international law life, such as cybersecurity, climate change, and green economic green growth, etc. And last but not least, I think that this is quite important, that if the small and medium-sized countries would like to regulate and uphold the rules-based international order, they should be consistent. They should be firm and coherent in maintaining the rules of law and strong commitment to multilateralism. They should not make a U-turn again when they uphold the law. They should not set aside something like legal victory or international law to pursue a populist approach or to promote a bilateral mechanism with the bigger powers, bigger rival power. That is a disaster, because when small and medium-sized country want to form a bilateral cooperation with the big power, they will be defeated by the big power, which in power politics is an asymmetric relationship. So I may stop here. Thank you for listening. Back to you on time. Very good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Tuk. And, thank you. We're so honored to have you again in our international conference.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you. So now, back to you, Sir Fons.
Come on.
I think before we will go to our open forum, I would like to share to you, and some of you have not seen our kababayans, the one we call the defenders, the guardians, the protectors of our West Philippine Sea in Pag-asa Island, Kalayaan Island group in the West Philippine Sea. All right, thank you.
Yan mga kasamaan ko, mga kasama Pilipino. Yan mga barko ng Chinese. Kami! Doon na muli kami San Barto.
The victory of our West Philippine Sea is the victory of every Filipino. So I would like to urge the youth, whether you are in the Philippines or overseas, to join and support our cause for the future of the Philippines and the future generations of the Philippines. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas!
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. The victory in the West Philippine Sea is the victory for the Filipinos and for international law. Ladies and gentlemen, in that video, you saw our defenders of the West Philippine Sea, our heroes, mga kababayan, students, teachers, military men, defending the West Philippine Sea. But you also saw perpetrators, people who should not be in our waters, and yet they are violating international law and our exclusive economic zone. Ladies and gentlemen, we have news for you. Please share our statement, Ms. L. Allow me to read the National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea statement. The presence of the Chinese Liaoning aircraft carrier conducting high-intensity drills by the People's Liberation Army Navy in the West Philippine Sea is a blatant violation by China of international law, which they have been perpetrating for years. For this reason, the National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea, which is a peaceful, trans-global, and non-partisan organization that advocates for the preservation of the Philippine sovereignty and territorial integrity, stands on the grounds that, in alignment with the mission of the move and goals of the movement, we vehemently condemn the continuous presence of the Chinese Coast Guard and other Chinese vessels in the West Philippine Sea. The July 12, 2016 arbitral ruling unequivocally awarded the Philippines sovereign rights within the 200 nautical miles of the West Philippine Sea. The presence of these Chinese military vessels do not reflect the friendship both our countries have committed to foster. We thus call on the incumbent president and the president-elect to assert our sovereign rights in the West Philippine Sea and to uphold the constitutional mandate to defend our territorial integrity and the national interests. The National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea has always maintained that sovereignty and sovereign rights are non-negotiable issues, and that the Chinese vessels operating within our exclusive economic zone and territorial waters must be expelled. Ladies and gentlemen, because of this, I would like to invite all those watching, especially those in our FB page, to those who are not yet members, to become members of the National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea. Currently, we have members from all over the world, consisting of diplomats, retired military officers, and government officials. These are all patriotic men and women who seek to preserve our environment, territorial integrity, and the rights in the West Philippine Sea from threats from within and without. We thus call for volunteers to make up our committees and to help us spread the word and our advocacy. You may email us at info@nymwps.net. To our Facebook viewers, please comment. That's info@nymwps. Send us your resume, join the movement, and push the advocacy to drive those who are in our territory out. The West Philippine Sea belongs to us. The victory in the West Philippine Sea is the victory for the Filipino people. Thank you very much. Thank you, Elle and Dr. Pham, and everyone who delivered, and more importantly, shared with us and with the thousands across the globe the knowledge and wisdom that I believe, if cannot move mountains, will certainly move international politics and perhaps even Chinese ships.
Thank you very much.
May I now call on our global chair and founder, Dr. Celia Lam-Kim, to facilitate our open forum.
All right. Thank you so much, Sir Fons. And I would like to read the first question, and this is coming from First Secretary and Consul Kerubin Lakay of the Philippine Embassy in New Zealand. What, in your opinion, this is directing to anybody or in our panelists or speakers, is a critical thrust that the Philippine government should incorporate in its strategic plan to promote Philippine national interest in the next 6 years? So maybe may we call Justice Antonio Carpio, please?
Yes. Can you please repeat the question?
Right. The question is, the question, Justice Carpio, is what, in your opinion, is a critical thrust that Philippine government should incorporate in its strategic plan to promote Philippine national interest in the next 6 years? This is coming from First Secretary and Consul Kerubin Lakay of our Philippine Embassy in New Zealand. Thank you, Justice Cap.
Well, I think we have won already the arbitral award, and we have to educate everybody, educate the world what the arbitral award means, that it follows the rule of law, and even China must comply with the arbitral award. I think we can do this by first entering into a convention with our neighbors, Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, Indonesia. and adopting the principles enshrined in the award that the Philippines has a 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone, and the other coastal states are also entitled to their own, regardless of the 9-dash line. Vietnam has its own EEZ, Malaysia, Brunei, Indonesia. And we have that convention and invite the entire world to join that convention. So the US, EU, and Japan, Australia, and Indonesia will join that convention. And in effect, they will recognize that Vietnam also has an EEZ, despite the 9-dash line, Malaysia, Brunei, and Indonesia. And so there's no need for these countries to file their own arbitration case, because the world will recognize that, because we already have an award, and it's just a matter of replicating it for the other countries. And to shortcut the process, let's have that convention, and I'm sure the entire world will adhere to that convention. And we can state also in that convention that in the EEZ and in the extended continental shelves of these coastal states, there's freedom of navigation and overflight, and you don't need the consent of the coastal states to exercise freedom of navigation and overflight, including naval activities. And I think the entire world will adopt that also. And all of this will debunk really the 9-dash line claim of China, because the entire world will be signing on to this convention. And I think it's doable. I don't think any coastal state in the ASEAN, Vietnam, Malaysia, or Indonesia will oppose this, because it's to their interest. And the naval powers in the West would also agree, including also naval powers like Japan and Australia and India. So it can be done. And there's only one country that will really oppose this, China. And I think we should do that. It's doable. The basis for that convention is already there. That's the arbitral award won by the Philippines. So how do you expand that award to Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, Indonesia without them filing a case? By using that award to forge a convention and ask all the countries of the world to join that convention. I am sure only China will oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justice Carpio, for that very excellent response. Maraming salamat.
That is a type of unity that I would love to see.
Right. And that's probably one thing that the National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea will be looking forward to. And actually, we have started this one since we started the international conference on South China West Philippine Sea. We are having some, a lot of international community trying to support us. Thank you so much. Dr. Thayer, would you like to add something to that effect?
Well, I don't want to pour cold water on it, but I have some massaging around the edges. Convention, fine, but we have to understand that there are existing disputes over delimitation and among ASEAN countries. And so a priority should also be to resolve those. And they're on sea boundaries and continental shelves, and there's between Vietnam and the Philippines, if I understand. So that would be one. Two, we know the US has freedom of navigation patrols that challenge what they claim were excessive or illegal interpretations of law. And if we look, we can actually, whether we take the US side or not, let's just leave it out, but just say that the nations themselves that are literal states should look at their differences in application of transit through their territorial seas and through their exclusive economic zones and the restrictions requiring advance notification or not, and themselves agree that that could be, and finally, to just footnote, I think the basis not mentioned, but is that in late 2019, Malaysia made a submission to the UN Commission on limits of the continental shelf that led to a cascade of diplomatic note verbals to the Commission by ASEAN states, excepting Brunei, among those that Judge Carpio mentioned, which just issued its own, but not to the Commission, endorsing the tribunal award. And that for the first time put them all on the same sheet of music. So having made that, the convention, Judge Carpio, would be the icing on the cake.
That's true. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Thayer. Any input or insight from the rest of our speakers who are still here? Would you like to add some of your insights? Oh, there. Okay. Consul Laka is there. You said, thank you so much. Yes. Oh, okay. Dr. Pham. Okay. Dr. Thu, please.
Yeah, thank you. I just have 2 points. The first one is that I agree with Professor Thayer about ASEAN and the Philippines should strengthen relations with the countries in Southeast Asia. Why? Because you see, as I have seen that in the past, Philippines is one important country in Southeast Asia, but during the Duterte administration, he downplayed the role of ASEAN in some events and forums. That is not good for us to promote the collective strengths in the region, and especially as I mentioned previously, the rules-based international orders, cooperation between small and medium-sized countries. And second point is, I think that Philippines will not abandon their relations with the big powers. That's a very important foreign policy in small and medium-sized countries. The Philippines may think of how to balance their relationship between the big power, and in relation to that, now we see that the law, international law, is very important, and to have Philippines have equal equal position with the big power. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Thu. Any more input from our panelists, from our speakers? Okay. There's another question actually. The question is, by international law, can China take over land if a country defaults on its loan repayments? I guess, of course, as you all know, the Philippines has a lot of debt to China. And we are all aware that this is happening in Sri Lanka already. Since China loaned a lot of money to Sri Lanka and China took their port. So I guess this is probably where is this person coming from? So please feel free to answer the question of this participant, please. Thank you.
Well, I guess
Justice Carpio, Dr. Thayer. Okay. Who is talking, please?
I'm the one talking, Doctor.
Okay. So
I think Justice Carpio is ready to answer that.
Okay, Justice Carpio, please. Can we put Justice Carpio, please?
Yes. Well, in our agreement with China for our loans with China, there is a provision there that the loan is secured by commercial assets of the Philippines, excluding military equipment, excluding embassy premises, excluding public buildings. There's a number of exclusions. So if, for example, you're talking of gas in Reed Bank. That's not excluded in the list of items excluded from collateral assets. So I've written about it and I've said that technically, if we default on our loans with China and there is an arbitration, and the arbitration will take place in Beijing because that's the agreement, and the arbitration will follow rules adopted by the Chinese Arbitration Commission. And in the arbitration panel, Philippines will appoint one, China will appoint one, and the third will be appointed by the Chinese Arbitration Commission. So there will be two Chinese members of a panel. So that's what we call Lutong Macau in the Philippines. It's 2-1, so we will definitely lose. So that's my answer. I mean, the agreement, the loan agreement with China, lists assets that are not cannot be executed in case of default. So all other assets can be executed, can be made to answer, including our gold in the central bank, our dollar deposits, because that's not part of the exclusions. And well, luckily, we did not avail of less than 5% of the loan promised by China materialized. And I think the loan does not exceed about $200 million. We can easily pay that. So we are not in danger of losing any of our gas fields in the West Philippine Sea, because I think we have the foreign reserves to pay that, unlike Sri Lanka or probably unlike Pakistan. No? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Justice Carpio. Dr. Thayer, you're...
Well, I'm not a lawyer, but I think the bottom line to that question you've heard is that simple. Yes, China can take land in default if it's part of the commercial agreement. And I think there was a study by Chatham House, pardon my pronunciation, about Sri Lanka. And in a sense, it was the Rapaksa family, however I mispronounce it, in charge of local government that went heavily into debt by just borrowing from the Chinese to do splashy infrastructure and everything. And when they couldn't repay it, then another Chinese company came in and bought the whole package. And then that's how they got access to the port. So it wasn't like a direct, I mean, the original company couldn't do it. So there's an example of if your local officials are profligate and just go and like hogs at a meal and take Chinese money and splash it around. It was done for political purposes to bolster that family by my recollection in the study. And so that's the debt trap that is kind of referred to. And so, yes, it could be done, and it was done in Sri Lanka, specifically because this family defaulted on their loans because they got 230 million, I think, was small beer for them.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Thayer. Any input from our speakers, Dr. Tuk and the rest of our speakers who are still here? Please kindly raise your hand so you can be recognized. Dr. Tuk, would you like to add some? Okay, Dr. Tuk, please.
Yes, I will add one point that I don't have much information about that the land project, but I think that from the foreign policy perspective, that if you want to promote any cooperation, you have to focus more on the national interest, and you have to ensure that that project can bring benefits for the people, and not for some group of any officials or something like that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. How about is Dr. Campbell still here, and Dr. Pandya and Dr. Dewan of India? any more input? So I will read the next question. All right, this is coming from. Okay, I got the how do you call that? The permission to mention his name. Okay, he is the senior vice president of GSIS, or the Government Service Insurance System. Is that, am I right in that one? Those are the and he is from the Alpha Phi Omega UP Diliman. Sir Renato Sanchico. The question is, how would government policies on the West Philippine Sea influence policies on Malampaya and other projects on the country's natural resources? May we kindly ask Yusek Ed Manala, please? And then we can ask again Justice Carpio and Dr. Thayer and other speakers. Okay? Yusek Manala, please.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
If I understand the question, my answer would be the same. You know, the EEZ was meant for the Philippines to make use of the resources, natural resources that can be found there. Malampaya field definitely is in undisputed territory or area. The Chinese does not claim or does not have any claim on Malampaya. So in effect, the rules and the laws that will be applied in the EEZ, in the Philippine EEZ, will be similar to what we apply in our territory. In other words, we can give out service contracts. We can invite foreign companies to explore and for oil and gas under our service contract. And that's precisely why I think the Chinese would not join the forum group that holds the service contract and service contract 37. Because if the Chinese joins them in that exploration under that service contract, then that means they are accepting that they will operate under Philippine law. So the answer to that question is it will be the same. The same rules, the same laws that apply in our government, the government laws in exploration will apply in the EEZ area. Does that answer the question?
All right. Thank you so much, Yusek Manala. Justice Carpio, would you like to add on that one, please?
Yes, I will answer that by showing that how the other countries approach this issue. Malaysia sent its drilling ship to conduct drilling in its EEZ within the 9-dash line, and the Chinese had stopped. The Chinese sent Coast Guard vessels to stop the drilling, but Malaysia proceeded. They sent also their warships to protect their drilling ships, and Malaysia was able to complete its drilling despite the threats of China, despite China sending Coast Guard vessels. The US also sent its warship to pass by to give moral support to Malaysia. So they completed their drilling because they had to, because their reserves are being depleted already. Indonesia conducted a survey in North Natuna within their EEZ, but within the 9-dash line. China said stop. China sent Coast Guard vessels, but Indonesia continued, protected by its navy also, their survey ships. They completed their survey just like the Malaysians. How did we respond to this same issue? Duterte initially said he lifted the moratorium on drilling in Reed Bank so that Forum Energy can send its survey ships and survey the area. But when China complained, Duterte said stop, impose again the moratorium. The Cabinet Cluster Committee on Security said stop. So you can see here, three countries, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Indonesia, pursuing, and they completed their survey and drilling activities. But the Philippines, we have already an arbitral award. We did not send our survey ships, and Forum Energy already commissioned these survey ships, paid for them, made a down payment, but they could not send because the government stopped them. If we continue with that kind of policy, we will run out of gas in Malampaya and we don't have a substitute, no replacement. The replacement should be Reed Bank. And what do? We have to import LNG, very expensive. So we have the arbitral award. We have a mutual defense treaty with the US. The US said South China Sea is covered by the mutual defense treaty. So if a Philippine Navy or Coast Guard vessel is attacked there by a Chinese by the Chinese Navy, that will trigger the operation of the Mutual Defense Treaty. They've repeatedly said that. But our government, just because China said, don't go there, our government said, yes, we will not go there. If that is the policy of the Marcos administration, then nothing will happen. We will run out of gas in Malampaya with no substitute. We'll have to import LNG, very expensive, and consumers will suffer. Investors will not come here because our power rates are very high. So my answer is, we should follow Malaysia and Indonesia. These countries don't even have a mutual defense treaty with a nuclear armed power. They don't have an arbitral award. They only have political will, and they succeeded. We have a mutual defense treaty with a nuclear armed power. We have the arbitral award, but we don't have a political will. That's my answer. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Justice Carpio, for that very empowering, excellent answer, response. And
Yes.
thank you so much. So, and who would like to add more on that? Dr. Thayer, please.
I'm going to be the fly in the ointment again. Vietnam was left out, and hopefully Dr. Tuk can correct me. But in 2017-2018, China put pressure on Vietnam. Repsol of Spain was exploring on behalf of a Russian company, Rosneft, I believe. And China put pressure on Vietnam and told them to stop, and allegedly made threats. And so the Vietnamese government ordered the end of oil exploration. And Repsol said, all right, we'll claim for damages. And then Rosneft left, and another Russian company picked up the contract. And that's the same one that's operating in the Natuna Island, Zarubizhnev. I can't pronounce the Russian name at the moment. So here you have a case where, as far as I understand, Vietnam has stopped all oil exploration. And now oil prices are rising, etc. And they didn't send, when the Chinese survey ships and Coast Guard arrived, they didn't send their Navy. They sent their Coast Guard, fishery surveillance, some fisher boats, and just monitored the situation and kept it from it didn't explode. There was one serious incident at the beginning, and then after that, no ramming, just fire hoses and the sounds of sirens. So Indonesia, Malaysia got away with it because they put their naval forces out, and Vietnam just ceased it. So that's the third. And fine, and a slightly different point, but if we're looking at conventions and everything, that in the South China, in the single draft South China Sea Code of Conduct negotiating text, China has a clause in there that would limit oil exploration activities between China and the national companies of Southeast Asia to the exclusion of countries, oil companies from outside the region. Now, when this draft was drawn up, each country made its own independent submission, so they weren't in reaction to each other. And Malaysia says, we're a sovereign country and we will farm out to whomever we please on the basis of our national interest. So again, to add to our little basket or add another candle on the cake, so to speak, an agreement that the sovereignty of the countries in Southeast Asia means they can negotiate contracts, service and otherwise with whomever they want, like the Malaysian submission. So that doesn't exclude British, American, Dutch, or whatever other companies are around, and only include work with China.
Thank you so much, Dr. Thayer. Anybody from our speakers who would like to add more on that one? Just please raise your hand. Okay, Yusek Manala, please.
Yes, I'd like to relate to you the experience in the Philippines. When we put out a bid round over in the West Philippine Sea, we went to invite the major oil companies all over the world. We made presentations in Europe, in the US, in Japan, etc., etc. And during those presentations, they said they're very interested. They like the hydrocarbon potential in the part that we were offering, the Philippine side. And so we went ahead with the bidding. Lo and behold, the bidding day came and no submissions. Not a single bid came from anybody. So we went back again to those companies, to those countries, and asked them the reason why they did not bid. I mean, technically, the potential for oil and gas is very good. The seismic, the technical data we showed them is very attractive. And the common answer to us is this: if we invest, if we spend drilling money and big drilling money in your area and we find oil, can you guarantee us that we can develop it? That we can, make use of it? So what can we answer when we don't have a navy to protect them? We don't have a and we said but that, my point is, that is their concern. It is a conflicted area, and they don't see the Philippines being able to defend them if they want to do exploration and wars. If they find oil, whether they can actually develop and produce the oil. So that's the issue.
Great point.
Yeah,
Right.
can I add to that?
Okay, Justice
Yes.
Scorpio.
Yeah,
Let's add Justice Scorpio, please.
that is precisely one of the reasons why we went to The Hague, because the area at that time, Reed Bank, was disputed. China claimed it, we claimed it, and there was no international tribunal that said that it belongs to the Philippines. So one of the reasons why we went there was to settle this legal issue, and we got the award. But that is not enough. You have to show to the investors that you are willing to protect them. And how do we do that? We should send our Navy and Coast Guard vessel there. And the Chinese know that that is covered by the Mutual Defense Treaty. They will never attack. The last thing that China will do is to attack a Philippine ship in the South China Sea, because that will give the US a legal excuse to intervene in the dispute. So when we tell the Foreign Energy, you can go now to Reed Bank to survey or to drill, they should be accompanied by our Navy and Coast Guard vessels. But it takes political will. I mean, if we follow the example of Malaysia and Indonesia, we should be able to do it. We are in a better position. But if you have a president who will say, I love Xi Jinping, then we will never get it there. Thank you.
Thank you so
I would
much,
just like to
Justice
ask
Carpio.
Dr. Celia
Yes.
Napkin. I would just like to ask Justice Carpio
May I know
because
who's? Oh, okay, Sir Pepe. Okay, go ahead. Mhm.
he said the Chinese is not doing anything to the Philippine Coast Guard, right? But the fishermen there, they are bombarding the vessels. The Chinese vessels are bombarding the Filipino fishermen. So what do you call that?
Well, the answer is simple because the Filipino fishing vessels are not public vessels. The treaty says any armed attack on a Philippine public vessel. The public vessel is a Navy ship, a Coast Guard vessel, or a military aircraft of the Philippine government. So what should be done there is for the Coast Guard to accompany our fishing vessels. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir, for the answer. Appreciate it, Justice Carpio.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, Justice Carpio, for that. Thank you so much, Sir Pepe. You know, Justice Carpio, I just want to add this one. Since we have the situation in Pag-asa Island, or that Lito Island, the international name, and right now, this is just 2 weeks ago, there are more than 20 Chinese Coast Guards and 20 vessels in Sandbar 2. That's about 3 nautical miles from Pag-asa Island. So, what should the Philippine government do in order to, like the statement of the National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea earlier, to expel them? So, I know they have been there, I would say, since 2019 when they encroached sa Pag-asa Island and they never left. So what would be your recommendations for that, Justice Carpio, please?
Well, the issue there is in Pag-asa and within 12 nautical miles territorial sea. That's a territorial dispute. That is not covered by the arbitral award because the arbitral award covered only the maritime dispute beyond the territorial sea. So there is no international body that has declared that that island and the territorial sea belongs to the Philippines. So it's still, in a way, I mean, looking at it from the international law, it's disputed still by China and the Philippines. So what we can do is protest and protest and protest and find a way to bring China to an international tribunal. And of course, we all know China will never agree. But we can enter into, again, a convention among all the disputant states claiming territorial, having territorial claims in that area, to have a code of conduct. We can get Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, Indonesia to agree. Although Indonesia has no territorial claim, there is also an overlapping maritime zone between China and Indonesia. But we can come into a, actually we do have now a standstill agreement, although it's not in writing, among ASEAN states, that the ASEAN states claiming having territorial claims in the Spratlys don't resort to arms, don't resort to threat, because we are members of ASEAN. But we can codify this into a convention and invite China to join. That until the dispute is settled legally, they should not intrude into each other's area. Like we respect, we don't intrude into islands held by Vietnam or Malaysia, and they don't intrude into our area. There should be that agreement among the claimant states on the territorial dispute. We should enter into that among ourselves and invite China to join. I think that is the best way to do it. But of course, China will not join. But at least among ourselves, we have already an agreement, and we can always tell China, we manage the dispute among ourselves, the territorial dispute. You just have to join so that there will be no resort to threats or to armed might here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Justice Carpio, for that very excellent recommendation.
Dr. Lam, can I have a follow-up questions for
Okay,
Justice
all right.
Carpio?
Mhm.
Justice Carpio, you made mention about the code of conduct. As you know, in the past ASEAN summit, we always have a long, bumpy road in regards to that discussion and never been passed. So what do you think that will make all those the 10 member nations to agree on this one and get it passed? Because as you know, and as you put it to the point that it's really very important to have the code of conduct. So what seems to be the problem? Why this one keeps stalling? So I would probably ask your opinion, and also Dr. Thayer.
There are several reasons why I do not see the code of conduct being signed. One, Vietnam wants the parasols to be included in the code of conduct, but China doesn't want. So then, if the parasols are not included, Vietnam will not sign. Two, we want Scarborough Shoal to be included, but China doesn't want. So unless Scarborough Shoal is included, we shouldn't sign. Third, China has said we will sign the code of conduct at the appropriate time when it is ripe. When is the appropriate time? I think the appropriate time for China is after they have finished the reclamation in all the areas that they want to reclaim. And after they finish the reclamation, they will say, okay, we signed the code of conduct, no more building, no more fortifying any island, no more reclamation, everything is frozen. And that will legitimize what they have done. That will legitimize what they have occupied, fortified, and militarized. And we don't want that, because then that will legitimize China's action in the Spratlys and in Scarborough Shoal. My theory is that China will sign the code of conduct after they have reclaimed on Scarborough Shoal, because that is their last reclamation. They wanted to reclaim that in 2016, but Obama said, if your dredgers continue to Scarborough Shoal, we will take severe measures. And the dredgers were sent back. So they really have a plan to build on Scarborough Shoal. And they will not sign a code of conduct until they have finished that. Because their purpose in signing a code of conduct is to legitimize what they have built. And we cannot question that, because we have agreed on a standstill. Nobody will build anything. That means you have recognized what have been built already. So that's really a trap for me. And Vietnam will not sign unless parasols are included. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank you, Justice.
Carpio. Yeah, and I think yeah, that's a very excellent response. In connection with that, Justice Carpio, our Zoom registrants have questions. I'm just trying to consolidate the questions of our Zoom registrants, because actually there are more than 500, I think 545 registered for this webinar. And the question is, how would we claim, how would we get back our islands, the artificial islands that have been built by China but really belong to the Philippines? Those are the most questions.
Yes. How do we reclaim it? Very simple.
Reclaim, yes, Justice Carpio.
First, we should never waive. We don't do anything that will constitute a waiver. And let time pass, because nature is on our side. According to climate scientists, sea level rise will be 1 to 2 to 3 meters by the end of the century and be higher than that in the next century. So the entire Spratlys will be submerged, including Scarborough Shoal. And once submerged, since this will, all those areas within 200 nautical mile of our coastline, of our baselines, form part of our EEZ and will belong to us, the resources there. So the nature, climate, sea level rise will resolve the dispute, the territorial dispute. Because China has a problem with the islands that they built. They're cracking up, and with sea level rise, they cannot just keep on building because they're built on corals and they are not stable. So all we have to do is to sit this out till the next century. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Justice Carpio.
Well,
It's the answer is like the nature would really respond to our questions.
Yeah,
That's
and
great.
I'm talking only of the less than 3% of the West Philippine Sea because I'm referring only to the territorial dispute. The rest of the area, we've won that already under the arbitral award.
Yes.
So when you talk about the territorial dispute, that's less than 3% of the West Philippine Sea. Thank you.
Thank you so
Wow.
much, Justice Carpio.
That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Great to hear
The
that.
justice
Dr.
never wave his divine fate.
Yes. Dr. Tum, you're raising your hand. Dr. Tum, please. You can
Yes,
you please?
I just would like to respond to Professor Thayer when he mentioned about the oil company, and when I read a newspaper and I found that some people said that the international oil company sometimes they usually apply the tactics to compromise for better benefits and when they have cooperation with the coastal states, and that may coincidence. The time is coincident, and so the coastal states has to consider the many factors that to decide about their project. They continue or they change the contractors. That is, and I think that the leader of states have to choose the options which serve the best interest of their countries and bring the benefits, the most benefits to the people. Thank you.
All right, that's Justice Carpio. That's Dr. Tum Tuk Pham from Hanoi, Vietnam.
Yes, yeah. One more point I want to add is that, but the UNCLOS give the coastal states the exclusive rights over their natural resources in the EEZs, and the coastal state has to do their best to protect their sovereignty rights there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tuk. Dr. Thayer, would you like to add something on that? I think we will just entertain 2 more questions. Is that possible? This is really a very exciting issue. That's why. But we cannot even feel that we are extending a lot of time because we are so concerned about our West Philippine Sea, our sovereignty, our sovereign rights. All right, Dr. Thayer, would you?
Yeah, I'd like to go back to Judge Carpio's reply and about the Vietnam claim wanting the parasols in and say the existing draft that I've seen does not define the geographic area. And I have 2 suggestions there. One, the International Maritime Organization defines the South China Sea in great detail. It starts north of Taiwan and comes down to the semi-enclosed areas of Southeast Asia. And so all the disputants are parties to the IMO. So one, I would just say do that. 2, I've long advocated actually doing a code of conduct for Southeast Asia's maritime domain. That's from Miramar all the way around, because to make it brief, we can't have black holes. You have to behave if you're near in the Philippines area. But as soon as you go out, then China can ram you and sink you and do whatever they want, or and attack fishermen. That's absurd. And my basis is, and legal experts argue with me, that the Southeast Asia Nuclear Weapons Free Zone Treaty is the only ASEAN treaty I'm aware of that states that the geography of Southeast Asia not only includes the landmass, but the territorial seas, exclusive economic zones, and continental shelves of its members. Now, what I would then argue that ASEAN has a proprietorial interest in ensuring that these are not changed without the consent of any of its members. So and they could do a code of conduct in the Southeast Asian maritime domain, and that would bring on Myanmar, Burma, forgetting the military now, because my proposal was before all that, meaning they have an interest in that coastline. It sweeps right around Thailand, Malaysia, through the Straits and up. So those are the two proposals I have, IMO definition and Southeast Asia one. For Dr. Tuk, I would just really say, is Vietnam going to restart oil exploration? Now, 2017-18, it's now 2022. You hire, Rosneft is gone, a new Russian company has come in that doesn't have exposure in China, but now Ukraine's happened, so that's, China isn't going to take action against the Russian company. But are you going to restart in the Red Emperor, Block 06, 106 at all? Or it looks to me that Vietnam isn't, because it doesn't want to provoke China, because China's threatened it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Thayer. Sir Fons, you're raising your hand?
Yes po. May I ask my questions po for our guests?
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
there are two people raised their hands.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe we can, okay, go ahead, please.
I actually prepared 5 questions, and some of them for speakers that have already left. But right now, I would like to ask Justice Carpio, if Ferdinand Marcos takes another defeatist policy in the West Philippine Sea, as you mentioned, he lacks the political will, how can the Filipino people demand that Marcos uphold his constitutional duty to defend and protect our maritime resources and EEZ, given the rampant red tagging by some government officials to people who are critical to the administration?
Well, President-elect Marcos has announced his new policy on the West Philippine Sea. He said he will use the arbitral award against China. So he's not waiving, he's not abandoning, he's not renouncing anymore the arbitral award. And he will not cede a single millimeter of Philippine EEZ in the West Philippine Sea. So that's his basic policy. Now, how he will implement that is another thing. So we have to keep pressing him. We have to tell him, Malaysia was able to do it. They were able to drill. Indonesia was able to do it. They were able to survey. And we have a mutual defense treaty. We can conduct joint patrols with the US in the West Philippine Sea to guard the reed bank when our survey ships go there. We have to keep on pressing that. So we don't know how he will react, because at least we're safe now. He will not abandon the arbitral award. That's a huge win for us already. We can hang on for the next 6 years. If he doesn't do anything else, at least the award is still there. But we have to press on, because we are running out of gas in Malampaya. And 2 to 3 years from now, if nothing is done, we will have 12 to 14 hours of rotating brownouts in Luzon. Because unless we import LNG, and our power rates will go up tremendously. So we have to keep on pressing on, because of course, any president will will really have no choice but to follow the Constitution, because the military also wants to defend. That's their duty, and they take that seriously. And the president cannot just give up our rights because he has not to contend not only with the Filipinos but also with the military. So, and that has been the problem of Duterte, and that will be the problem of Marcos also, and that's the reason why he changed suddenly. That he will assert the arbitral award. So, but we have to press on, because if we don't press on, then nothing will happen. Thank you.
And just a follow-up, Justice. In pressing on, it would be safe for citizens to do so without being red tagged.
Well, you know, if you are defending the West Philippine Sea, I don't think the military will red tag you.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank
That's
you,
a
Justice
great one.
Carpio. Thank you po.
I remember Justice Carpio. Thank you so much for that statement. Let's press on. 2 years ago, when we invited Justice Carpio to be a part of our national youth movement for the West Philippine Sea as a member and an advisor, his response to me was, let's press on. And I hear that again from you, Justice Carpio. Maraming salamat po. You are always empowering us, igniting us to do more to defend our sovereignty and sovereign rights in the West Philippine Sea. Maraming salamat po. I just wanna read a comment, maybe a comment from a student. Okay, she is from Tagbilaran City. Students should learn this issue in schools, but lack of material in educating them on this is concerning. And so they learn from unverified sources, talk meds such as TikTok and FB. What are the plans to boost the youth awareness on this on a school setting? So I guess maybe we can get some suggestions from Justice Carpio and from the rest of the speakers.
Yeah, well, I have actually uploaded my video lecture on YouTube. It's a 1 hour and 22 minutes. And some history teachers have prescribed it, grade school and high school. And my textbook, my book on West Philippine Sea is freely downloadable by anyone. You can just Google it. And I have also come out with 10-minute videos for grade school students on the West Philippine Sea. So I think there are enough materials. There was a convention of history teachers, and I spoke to them, and they have agreed to use my materials, and many of them are using it. So we have enough materials already. Our problem is that DepEd has not prescribed it, but hopefully that this will be done soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Justice.
Thank you so much, Justice Carpio.
Thank you.
And I know there's a lot of actually from the Institute of Maritime and Ocean Affairs, www.IMOA. So I'm not sure if here, so the president. So I just want to inform you. Actually, we have a lot of military officials who registered for the Zoom, from the Philippine Navy, Philippine Army, from the Philippine Coast Guard, and we have doctors, nurses, dentists, students, professors, retired professors, NGOs, advocates, and of course we have diplomats from different countries, and I respect their privacy, not to be mentioned, except Consul Lakay from New Zealand, and we are 17 countries are represented in this conference. So it's really indeed very overwhelming, and I guess Justice Carpio, I think this will be the last question for all the panelists. All right. The question is coming from a retired former foreign a former foreign banker. How do you think the partnership of Bongbong Marcos with Sara Duterte will play out? Do you see her an influence about Sara stretching beyond Department of Ed, since she's the one for the who will be handling the Department of Education, and influencing national security issues, especially with regard to dealing with China in the West Philippine Sea and the Benham rights or our Philippine rights? Justice Carpio.
Well, that's a tough question because uh, throughout the campaign period, I have not heard Sara say anything about the West Philippine Sea. So she's a big question mark on the West Philippine Sea. So I really do not know what her position is on the West Philippine Sea. So we just have to watch her. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Justice Carpio. Any more input from our speakers before we're gonna end this open forum so we can go to the next segment? Those who are raising hands, please type your questions and then we will get back to you. Anyway, this webinar is recorded. We will be seeing all your questions and comments. All right, Sir Fons, let's now go to the next part of our segment. Anyway, Justice Carpio and all our speakers, maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much po.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
As a token of our appreciation, we would like now to award our certificates of recognition to show you how grateful we are to all of you for gracing our event.
Thank you.
And now we will share screen the certificates that may. This certificate of recognition in appreciation of their utmost support to the National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea and in recognition of their distinguished and excellent expertise, resources, and invaluable contribution as a guest speaker during the National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea 8th Virtual International Conference on South China, West Philippine Sea, is proudly and gratefully presented to Honorable Justice Antonio T. Carpio. Let's give him a round of applause po.
Yes. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank you very much, Justice Carpio.
Next slide, please. It is also proudly and here gratefully given to Attorney Lloyd and Nicholas Lewis.
Thank you very much, Attorney Lloyd and Nicholas Lewis.
To Dr. James Kraska, SJD, for his talk today, gratefully and proudly presented to.
Thank you so much, Dr. James Kraska.
Also to Captain Carl O. Schuster of the U.S. Navy retired for his presentation today.
Thank you so much, Captain Carl O. Schuster.
To Dr. Hiroyasu Akutsu, PhD, for his presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hirasu.
And of course, Commander Dr. Bhushan Dewan, PhD, from the Indian Navy.
Thank you very much, Commander Dr. Dewan. Thank you.
To Dr. Carlisle A. Thayer, PhD.
Okay, Dr. Thayer is still here.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Thayer.
To USEC Eduardo V. Manala for his speech. Thank you so much po.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, USEC Ed Manala.
To Dr. Joel Campbell, PhD, for his presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joel Campbell.
To Mr. Aristio Rizka Darmawan, who sent his video to us through email. Thank you so much for allowing us to show your video.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aristio Darmawan. All right.
To Dr. Abhinav Pandya, PhD from India. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pandya.
And from Vietnam, Dr. Pham Duy Thuc, PhD. Thank you so much for your presentation.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Pham.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, I will be going now to the acknowledgement, of course, on behalf of the National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea. I would like to extend our sincerest appreciation and heartfelt gratitude to our very honorable guest speaker, Honorable Antonio T. Carpio. Carpio, thank you so much. To Attorney Lloyd and Nicholas Lewis, to Reverend Monsignor Jerry Bitoon, who delivered the invocation, to Reverend Pastor Ray Mendoza, thank you so much. To Dr. James Kraska, to Captain Carl Schuster, to Dr. Hiro Akutsu, to Dr. Thayer, Carl Thayer, to Commander Dr. Bushan Dewan, to Yusek Eduardo Manala, Dr. Joel Campbell, Mr. Aricio Darmawan, Dr. Abina Banja, Dr. Tukpam, and to our National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea committee members and officers who are here, Captain Caruso Mario Antonio Tagal, and to our excellent host and a multi-talented, of course, officer, no other than Mr. Fons Vida. Thank you so much. Yeah. To Engineer Rad Abarientos, Mr. J. Martin of Guam, Mr. Jose or Pepe Lozano, JC Lozano, and JJ Lozano of the Band of Brothers from New York City. Thank you so much. And Miss Marielle Malate from, who maybe we can show Marielle, of course, helping us with the text, a technical support for us. And of course, I don't want to, last but not the least, my better half, Professor Ron Lamkin. Thank you so much. He always works behind, and he's the advisor, consultant, and member of the National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea. And to all the officers, members, consultants, legal counsel, supporters, collaborators, and I would say all the government agencies, the military officials from the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the executives of the different businesses actually, they are all represented here, from real estate to banking, to oil, mining, retail, manufacturing, medical, hospital, among others, the professors and retired professors who also invited their students and their faculty to join us. Maraming salamat po. And to all the students, our law students from Sambeda College and Adamson University, of course, UP College of Law, UST, and different universities in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. They attended this webinar. The NGOs and the advocates for national interest. We have retired generals and active generals, and among others. And for those I forgot all the sectors. Maraming salamat po. We are so overwhelmed and we are so happy that we are getting more, or we're having more public awareness by doing all these international conferences and webinars sponsored and hosted by the National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea, and of course with the help and the collaboration of our guest speakers and speakers from the different countries. And with that, unless Professor Lamkin, would you like to say some word? No more? All right. I guess that would be that would be my acknowledgement. And for those that I miss, maraming salamat po to, and to our global citizens who are watching now at the National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea FB page. Maraming salamat, and thank you so much. Now I'll be giving this back to Sir Fons for our closing.
Thank you so much, Doctora. You forgot to acknowledge one more person, and that is yourself. Well, on behalf of the National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea, maraming salamat po for your untiring and unwavering dedication and commitment to upholding and defending our advocacy. Thank you so much po. We salute you all. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much for your very kind words, Sir Fons.
What about a big hand for Dr. Celia Lamkin, please?
Maraming salamat po. So now we can have now the gallery, so we can have our group picture, right? So
Doctor, if I may, I'm not yet done with my closing remarks.
oh yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead. I do apologize for that.
Okay po. Okay. I just wrote the speech just a while ago, but moving forward does not mean erasing our history. And recognizing the wrongs of the past and demanding accountability doesn't mean you're against a united country. A more robust democracy and better government is only possible with truth and open-mindedness to discourse. As Henry Steele Commager once said, if our democracy is to flourish, it must have criticism. And if our government is to function, it must have dissent. The National Youth Movement for the West Philippine Sea, being a peaceful and nonpartisan organization, would like to first congratulate the President-elect. And we do hope sincerely that his success is the success of the Philippines and that President Marcos upholds our territorial integrity and sovereign rights. The movement will not allow our sovereign rights and territorial integrity to be diminished by China or any other country for that matter. Throughout the movement's existence, we have consistently maintained that asserting our territorial integrity and sovereign rights does not mean going to war, nor do we view China as an enemy. We can coexist and we can be allies. But China must be expelled from our waters and honor our 2016 arbitral ruling awarded to the Philippines. China must wake up to the reality that its 9-dash line is nothing short of fictitious and baseless. China must respect international law and follow no more the law of the jungle. It must cease its continuous land and sea grabbing, manipulation, and bullying of smaller nations. It must uphold human rights, reform itself, and respect its Asian and Southeast Asian neighbors. We are all trying to survive and grow and progress. But China cannot be so selfish as to take our aspirations and the aspirations of its neighbors. We must work together toward mutual growth while upholding international law. Ladies and gentlemen, to all those viewing around the world, demanding accountability, the rule of law, and the recognition of our arbitral rights, protecting our environment and territorial integrity, and the adherence to human rights is not an invitation of war, nor is it an act of rebellion against the state. In closing, I shall quote a great statesman who appeared on our show tonight. To quote, the only correct position in our stance on the West Philippine Sea is the one that defends and protects our maritime zones, national integrity, and sovereignty. It is the duty not only of the president, but of the citizens to be patriots, to demand accountability, good government, territorial integrity. It is the duty of the people to say no to China's aggression, no to land and sea grabbing, no to bullying, no to environmental destruction, no to corruption and defeatism, and no to China's presence in Philippine sovereign territory. But at the same time, we say no to war and yes to the peaceful call for China or any scoundrel to be accountable to the rule of law. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas, mabuhay ang kalayaan, mabuhay ang mga makabayan, at mabuhay ang soberenya ng ating magiting na bansa. Thank you all very much for appearing on our show tonight. And I must say that I feel wonderful tonight.
Thank you so much for that excellent closing remarks, Sir Fons. Maraming salamat.
Thank you,
All
Sir
right.
Fon.
Uh,
All right.
okay, let's have a group picture now. Is that okay, please?